Hi everybody, I'm Colleen Van Lent and I'd like to welcome you to Introduction to Responsive Design. In this course, we're going to talk about different ways that you can make your websites look the best they can possibly look, no matter if someone's viewing them on a phone, a laptop, or a tablet. We're really going to cover the basics in this course and help you develop a general understanding of what responsive design is and why you need to know it. We're going to talk about ways that you can customize your own site without using any special software to give it a really special look and feel. But we also want to talk about using frameworks, because if other people are using software or different code to make their site look great, why not take advantage of it and learn how to use it yourself? In week one, we're really going to focus on the theory, the idea of what is responsive design? What do people mean when they use that term? Those of us in technology are pretty guilty of throwing out terms and using them even when we don't really know what they mean. We're going to talk about what makes for good responsive design. If you don't know what to aim for, it's really hard to know how to get started. Finally, we're going to end the week talking about something very concrete, and that's the role of what we call fluid measurements, these different types of measurements that can change as the screen size changes. In week two, we're going to tackle media queries. And this is the first time you're really going to get your hands really dirty with some code and get things to work. We're going to talk about what they are and how do you plan before you even start to code for the best practice. It doesn't really do you any good to sit down and code without having a plan. In week two, we're going to talk about breakpoints, how you can decide what different screen sizes are the ones you really want to focus on. And finally, I am going to do an example where you and I are going to code together to make a navigation bar. By the end of week two, you're going to be ready and feel like you can really tackle this. In week three, we're going to shift a little bit, and instead of writing our own code, we're going to start using different frameworks. In particular, we're going to talk about the different benefits and pitfalls of using other people's code. Sometimes it's really easy and really great to be able to use these different software options, but sometimes it comes at the cost of good practice and accessibility. In particular, we're going to talk about the Bootstrap 3 framework. I've picked this one because it's one of the most popular frameworks out there. Now, for those of you who may be familiar with responsive design, you'll know that a Bootstrap 4 is coming out soon. But that's okay. I'm going to focus on those elements of Bootstrap 3 that you're going to be able to use over and over again. The simple things such as getting started, the grid system, and also, again, a navigation bar, because these are the keys to really getting your site to have that responsive feel. Finally, in week four, we're going to continue with more Bootstrap, but we're going to talk about things such as images, tables, and maybe some advanced navigation techniques. These are things that are cool and kind of fun, but I don't really think are core to understanding what responsive design is. So we leave them at the end to make them something more we can play around with. We're also, I'm hoping, to get to some case studies. We're going to talk to people about how they approached designing the responsiveness of their real-life sites. We will do this with the culmination of a final project. When you're done with this course, you are going to have one or more pages that you have written yourself with the help of a framework that can respond to different screen sizes. So who is this class designed for? Who am I really hoping can take advantage of this? It's really someone who's new to responsive design, someone who'd like to get started and possibly carry on these ideas once they're done with the course. You will need a general knowledge of HTML and CSS in order to get the most out of this course. If you don't understand those two concepts, I really recommend that you go back and get a grasp of them and then come back to us in the responsive class. And again, as with any coding class at all, this is a class for people with persistence. You're going to run into problems. This isn't a course where you're going to read something, take a quiz, and you're done. Instead, we're going to be coding, probably failing a little bit, coding, failing some more, and then hopefully success. So who am I? Well, if you're new to one of my courses, I have a PhD in computer science. I've been teaching for about 2 decades, sticking mostly with introductory programming, web design, and artificial intelligence. What I really love to do is help students debug, help them get those general basic ideas down so that they can go off and really master some of the more advanced concepts. And I understand that it's not always about conveying content. It's helping you recognize those places where you might run into trouble. If I can let you know early, it can help you get up over some of those humps. So in this course, we're going to have a pretty consistent workload. Every week, you'll have multiple videos to watch. Some of them will be kind of traditional lecture format. However, there will be others which I tend to call Code with Me. These are lectures where I really hope you'll sit down and type along with me and make sure you can replicate what I'm doing. There will be a few weekly readings, but they'll always be online articles. I like to find things that are very pertinent to what's going on in web design right now. There will also be weekly assessments. It'll either be in the form of quizzes or in coding. And speaking of coding, these will all be done using peer assessments. So we want to make sure that you're not only writing code, but you're able to look at other people's code and understand what they're doing. So how do you succeed in this class? I will always say that the best way to code is with a friend, but that's not always possible. So I hope that you'll use the message boards not only to ask your questions, but to answer the questions of others. Never spend more than 20 minutes on something that doesn't work. I'm not kidding. I want you to just move on. When things are working, it's great. You can rip out a whole bunch of code. But when it's not, it's rarely the case that staring at it is going to make it any better. Make sure that you feel comfortable looking things up on your own. This is the internet. You can stick your question into a search engine and you will probably find the answer. You'll find maybe 3 or 4 wrong answers, but eventually the answer will be there. Finally, make sure that you practice, practice, practice. The only way to really learn how to code is to make sure you're getting as much experience as you can. So welcome to Introduction to Responsive Web Design. I hope that you'll learn a lot. Thanks. Hi everybody. So you're here and I'm here and we're here to talk about responsive design. But one of the first questions should be, what is responsive web design? And what it is it's designing your website with the idea that people will be viewing it from multiple screen sizes and different resolutions as well. So we want to make sure that our site is going to what we call work under any platform, any browser size, or any orientation. And by orientation, I mean whether you turn your phone up or to the side. And same for the tablet. The most important lesson is that you want to make sure that the user has the power. Don't dictate to them what they can and can't do. So let me give you an example. A lot of times when you're looking at a site on a smaller screen, such as your phone, you get a lot less content. And while it's true there's smaller space, it's not that there should be less things you can do. Everything should just be laid out a little bit more intelligently. You have to remember that people are doing more and more things on their phone that they've never done before. We often think now about watching videos, but we also have to think about filling out applications or coding. There's going to be a lot of things that we don't even know yet that exist, so we want to be as flexible as possible. The most important thing is never assume that the user won't need access to specific functionality. I think we've all been there when we're looking at a website on a smaller device and we just can't find the thing that we're looking for. Or even worse, there's these pictures or buttons or different things, we can't even move them out of the way with our fingers because the site just won't work for us. So here are some of the concepts that we're going to be considering throughout this entire course. 3 concepts that I want you to keep in the back of your mind, and that I'm hoping at the end of this course you'll be able to say, yeah, I think I've got that. And the first one is called media queries. And what media queries do is that they can detect the viewport size and other information about the device that the browser is on. The next thing that we're going to want to talk about is this idea of flexible grid-based layout for relative sizing. And relative means depending on how large the screen is, that's how big your grid is going to be as well. And finally, we want to think about flexible images. All these things add up so that when you go to the page, the user doesn't need to waste their time scrolling back and forth or trying to resize things to be able to see everything. We want it to happen really automatically. So let's take a look at some examples that have great responsive design. So the first place I'm going to take you is a website called MediaQuery.es. This site has a really nice collection of different sites that it's found that really kind of find that key to responsive design. So let's go ahead and take a look at, I'll scroll down a few. How about this one right here, Cap Radio, Go Anyplace. So this site right now, when I'm looking at the large screen, you can see that there's a definite look to the layout. As I resize the screen, as if I'm looking perhaps on a tablet, and I reload it, you can see that things have moved over. The navigation bar is now off to the left when it wasn't there before. I'm going to go ahead and make it smaller still. I don't even need to refresh. And now you might see something that looks much more close to that look and feel of something you'd see on the phone. The navigation bar has completely disappeared, and there's this little pop up and down. These different sites just don't make everything smaller. Let me make it bigger. They actually think about the best way to lay out the content so that you can still find everything that's there without having to look too much. Now, you can use that site to see examples of great responsive design. But what if I also wanted to show you an example of kind of bad responsive design? Unfortunately, when you Google that or you look for it on your search engine, nobody really wants to advertise the fact that they're really bad at web design. So I've found one for you. It's the Internal Revenue Service. And what we have here is a site that not only looks the same, but is laid out the same no matter what type of screen you're looking at. So it looks okay right here, but when I make the screen much smaller, you can see that it didn't really do anything. Now I actually have to physically scroll back and forth to see things. The navigation bar hasn't changed. You have the same size pictures. This is just an example of really bad responsive design. So let's work together over the next few weeks to make sure that you are avoiding those same types of traps. And we're going to get started coding right away. Hi everybody. One of the things that you're going to want to do is test your site to see how it's doing across multiple devices and multiple viewports. But unless you happen to be just flux with money, you may not have access to all these different types of platforms. So what can you do? Well, one option, if you're using a desktop or a laptop, is that you can resize your window and refresh the site. So if I go here, to the Introduction to Web Design for Everybody course, I can just use my mouse and resize it and take a look and see how things are going to change. Here, large view, tablet, and mobile view. So I can see that I have 3 different breakpoints that all work. That works great if you're on a laptop or some sort of desktop, but what if you're on a mobile device? It isn't simple or even often possible to resize that window. So we need to come up with another solution that'll help you out. What you can do is look for online tools to help you check for your responsiveness. One that you may want to look at is called ami.responsivedesign.is. I'm going to go through and I'm going to show you 3 different sites and how we can use this website to test the responsiveness of these web pages. Here we go. So here's the website that you can go to. Down at the bottom of the screen, you can fill in the URL of the site you want to look at. Just so you know, this is made with an HTML tag that makes it so you have to put in a URL. So it's always going to be looking for at least that www. So let's go ahead and look at that Intro to Web Design website again. Oops. See, right there, I forgot to put the HTTP in. So there we go. Now if you look up at the top of the screen, you can see that my website is now displayed on 4 different platforms. I have the desktop, the laptop, a tablet view, and a mobile view. And you can see that each one is a little bit different depending upon the platform I'm using. Let's check out another site. In this case, again, we can see that this is a responsive setup. Now, even though the pages may look very similar, you can see that on the mobile view, that weather map isn't there, that kind of brightly colored map. In addition, the laptop and desktop view are very similar, but you can see that in the tablet view, we've really broken it down and they use more of a 2-column grid system rather than having quite as much content. The next site I'm going to check is one that I've made for my UVMISH site. Go in here, paste in that URL, and we can take a look. What I've tried to do here is have a little bit more of a distinct look so that you could see that I've tried to develop my site for really what the people might want to be using. So in my larger view, I've got my picture, because everybody wants to see me, I've got my name, and then my contact information. On the laptop view, it's very similar. In the tablet, I've kind of just reduced the space. That information is still important, but I don't need so much space in between them. In my phone view or mobile view though, I've gotten rid of the picture and I've started to stack the information to make it easier for people to see. I'm able to look at all 4 of these views on a single website, and this makes it much easier than trying to go back and forth and resize my window. However, there is the caveat that this site doesn't always work for every different website. It may be the case that people aren't using traditional responsive web design. So on this site, the pages all look the same, but if you're actually viewing them on a browser, they would look different. The next option you can try is to use tools that are on your Chrome or Firefox or whatever browser you're using. It's often the case that your browser is going to have special tools that let you simulate looking at things from different viewports. With Chrome, you can use Inspect Element to see the different viewports in real time. Let's take a look. So I've gone here to my website, looking at it in Chrome, in pretty much a large screen view. I'm going to drag it out a little bit here. You can see I've got my large screen, I've got a lot of spacing in it. So I'm going to go in and do Inspect Element by right-clicking. And click over here. And what I can do now is up in the upper left-hand corner, there's something that looks like a small little mobile phone. It says Toggle Device Mode. I'm going to click on that. And when I do, I am now viewing my site as if I'm viewing it on a small mobile phone. Depending upon your operating system and the browser edition that you have, you can go up to the device in the upper left-hand corner, select mode, or model actually, and say, well, what would it look like on an iPhone 6? Oh, it's a little bit bigger. What if I look at it on a Google Nexus 7? Same thing. So you can pick a number of different options to kind of see what the site would look like. Let's see, do one last one, a laptop, depending on which type of platform people are using. So now that you know some quick and easy ways to review the responsiveness of existing sites, it's a really good idea for you to go out and get that feel for what you think looks really good, or sometimes even more importantly, what you think you really want to avoid on your site. Go ahead and have some fun and mock your friends if their sites aren't responsive. Don't worry, yours will be. Hi everybody. Today, let's talk about some of the benefits of responsive design. First thing we need to realize is that responsive design means different things to different people. We're going to talk about 3 different options that people often use and why the responsive web design that we're going to adopt has its true benefits. The first option, responsive web design, or RWD, is really dealing with fluid measurements, flexible grids, and varying CSS rules. We also have adaptive design, or what's sometimes called dynamic serving. What happens here is that you can end up returning different versions of a page based on the type of device being used. The third type is the separate mobile site, or .m. This is when you create a completely separate page URL for the mobile site. First, let's talk about responsive web design. With the definition that we're using, the test really is, are you getting back the same code regardless of the device that you're using? You know that I'm a big fan of Inspect Element and viewing the source code. So my question is, are you going to get the same source code no matter what kind of platform you're looking at? Now, as humans, we can do that by viewing the source code or other little tricks. But sometimes when you're thinking about things such as search engine optimization and getting really high rankings on your page, a bot can also tell if you're using responsive web design by looking for a certain meta tag named viewport. It can be detected automatically and will really kind of help boost your search engine score, is what many people think. The second type, adaptive design, means that the server figures out what kind of device you're running on and then returns specific HTML and CSS for that page. So you can get completely different code depending upon what device you're using. With responsive web design, it's the same code, just different styling. Here, you're getting different content. The important thing you realize is that no matter where you're viewing it from, you're using the same URL. Now, there's a few issues with this, and that the server might return the wrong code if the wrong device type is detected. That third option of having a dedicated mobile site or a .m URL means that you're going to get a different page completely on a completely different URL when you're using this approach. It's incredibly popular, and you're going to see it very often. When you're on a site, check and see if you have .m in front of your normal URL, or sometimes even a little bit different URL, depending upon your device. It's possible, if you're going to take this design step, to link the fact that pages are related by including a link tag and using the relationships canonical and alternate, which means, you know what, this is my main page, but I do have some alternate URLs out there. Why would you bother doing this? Again, it's for search engine optimization. It really helps if the search engines can know that this is the same type of information, just on different URLs. So why am I stressing responsive web design? Well, number one, it's a lot easier to share your data if you only have a single URL. You don't want to have multiple versions to hand out to people if they want to access your site. It's also easier for search engines, such as Google, to index the page or kind of mark it to know that it's seen it before and would like to rank it. The number one reason, again, is that fewer files means less maintenance. If you have different HTML code for different platforms, if you change one, that's not maintaining all of them. You have to go in and update every single file. And another reason is that if you have a single place that you're going, a single URL, then you're going to have less redirection. Redirection is when you go to a site and you can see that the URL is being changed as the server tries to figure out what type of device you're using and what kind of page or URL it should redirect to. Lower load time is always great. Hopefully, you see why responsive design is really important. It may even be obvious to you because you're really into this topic. However, if you're ever working on a project, you may need to convince someone that they need to pay you for that extra time to make sure their site is responsive. And in that case, hopefully you've learned some facts here that can help convince other people how important responsive web design really is. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about fluid measurements. They're really important to responsive design. I've seen some really beautifully written and spoken presentations on how important it is to have these fluid measurements and how the artistry of responsive design can make things just incredibly good. Just the fact that I use the word good explains that I'm not that eloquent. So I'm going to do my best to show you the technical reasons why you want to use fluid measurements. The most important thing is that you really want to understand that your content, it needs to fit in the size constraints of the viewport. Don't try to make people use a certain size. It's your job to conform to them. If you go to a page and you have a lot of vertical scrolling where you have to go up and down, that's really about content. It's not something that we're going to concern ourselves with. If you have a lot of content, people are going to need to scroll. What's bad, what you really don't want, is I hate when people have to do horizontal scrolling. When you're on a page and everything doesn't fit in the screen, and so you've got to kind of look for it. We want to avoid that whenever possible. First, let's talk about absolute measurements. For many people, these may be the only type of measurements they've used when doing web design. And they do have their place, so let's talk about how we use them. For the pixel, a pixel is basically a dot on your display. 1 pixel used to be equal to 1/96th of an inch. I'm not sure that's even necessarily true at this point, but I can tell you that screen sizes have a lot of pixels, and you want to think about that when you're trying to design on pixel size. Another option is to use mm, cm, or in. This stands for millimeter, centimeter, or inch. And while it may seem odd to use these kind of measurements when you're doing a web page, don't forget, it is possible to print out your page. And if you want something to be relative to an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, it makes total sense to use these types of measurements. Another option you can use is point. And 1 point is the equivalent of 1/72nd of an inch. So again, this is a very concrete measurement. Another option you can use is pica, and 1 pica is the equivalent of 12 points. Again, these are all completely valid measurements, and they have their place when you're designing your page. But as much as possible, we want to move to relative measurements, where things are sized based either on their parents or their neighbors or on the screen size, different things like that. So let's start with percent. Percentage values are always relative to some other value. For example, a length. So if you say you want something to be 75%, it's going to check the container it's in and make it 75% of that. The M measurement, came up with its name because it wanted to be the font size of the letter M element. It seems a little bit odd because when you first think about it, it's going to be the same size as by default. If you use 1M, it's going to be that size. 1.1M will make it a little bit bigger, 10% bigger. 0.9M will make it smaller than the default size. Another thing that you can use is rem. Rem is very similar to M, but it helps avoid that problem of something getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Let me show you an example. Let's assume we're going to set something up to be 0.5 EM. And it's going to be inside this element in here. I'm going to make up a size, and I'm going to say, oh, it's this big. Okay, well, the problem is, if I have another element inside here, the A is going to be only half as big as that A. And if I have another A in here, it's going to be even smaller. So when you use M and you have things that are nested inside each other, the font can actually get smaller and smaller and smaller. And that might not be how you really want it to go. If you use rem instead, 0.5 EM, 0.5 REM, I really need an eraser. Instead, it's always going to be half the size based on the parent or the relative or the root element. So this A is going to be the exact same size and the exact same size in here. Rem really helped people out when they were doing these kind of complex sites where you had a lot of things embedded inside the other. Now, the problem with teaching and learning about relative measurements is that it's very abstract. So I tried to include a little thing here to help you make it a little clearer. 1M is basically the equivalent of 12 points, or 16 pixels, or 100%. If you don't style your code in any way, you can assume that some of these defaults will fall in. So I've tried to include this little chart here to make it a little bit more clear. In general, 1M is the equivalent of 12 points, which is the same as 16 pixels, which is the same as 100%. So you could use any one of these four. Now the difference is, if you were to resize your screen and make it bigger or smaller, only M and percent would adjust to the size of the screen. If you used point or pixel, as the screen gets bigger, the font stays the exact same size. Same if the screen gets smaller. Two of the newer relative measurements are based on the viewport. VW stands for viewport width. So if you were to use 1 VW, you're saying, I want to use up 1/100th of the width of the viewport. It used to be the case that you needed to use JavaScript to go off, find that width of the browser, return it, and do some math there. Now we can just use it with VW. In the same way, you can use VH for viewport height. The viewport's height is 1/100th of the height of the viewport. So if you're on a screen, you'll know exactly how much real estate you have if you want something to show up exactly in the middle. This comes in really handy when you're trying to set headers and footers in specific positions. Now, there are times that you're going to want to hard code values with those absolute measurements. But whenever possible, when you're coming up with your design, figure out, are you going to need that font or that image or that section to resize depending upon the viewport? Then you want to use these fluid and relative measurements. And I can't stress enough that you're not really going to understand how they work until you take some time, play with the code, and just kind of see what you can make it do. For that reason, our next video is going to be an example of me moving from absolute to relative measurements. One of the things we always talk about is that there's a real difference between sitting and listening to me talk about something and getting in there and coding it yourself, or at least following along with me while I code it. So let's do an example as we go from static or absolute measurements to something that's more fluid. So what I have here is a site where I've used absolute measurements to lay everything out. I have a large screen and I have 3 columns. I'll check out the HTML quickly just so we can all follow along. I've got my header right here. Not much in it other than H1 and an H2 element. I have a nice little paragraph over here where I basically say, I've hard-coded these measurements. What's going to happen when I resize the screen? And then the last thing I have is really just a little bit of craziness. I'm going to pull it down here. It's just 3 divs, each of which has an H2 header and a paragraph. They all say the same thing. It's just some Latin filler because I don't really care about the actual content itself. More importantly, let's look over here at the CSS. In that main section, the main content of my page, I've gone in and I've hard-coded the value to 980 pixels. The margin 0 auto just means, hey, make sure you center me if I'm on a bigger browser. For each column, because I'm going to have 3, I set the width to 300. Now, 300, 300, 300, that's only 900 pixels. But because I leave some margin in between each column, it's important we add a little bit of extra padding there. Everything else is fairly straightforward. I have rules for the body and the H1 and the H2. The only other real measurements I use are the fact that I've set my font size to 13 pixel, and down here for the H1, I've set my font size to 64 pixels. All right, let's take a look at this page when I really bring the content up so it's something we can see. Here we go. I have it. I have a fairly large size screen. In fact, if I pull it around, I can usually see how big it is. And it looks okay. But as I make the screen smaller, you're going to see that what happens is the content is hidden. If I scroll, I can't even scroll up and down. I'm trying. The only way for me to see more content is to scroll horizontally. And we all know that I absolutely hate that. In addition, this H1, the fluid measurement, the font is so big that it kind of overshadows the rest of the content. So I'm going to make this big again, and let's think about what we want to do. One of the keys to responsive design typically is mapping out what you want your page to look like before you code it. And we're going to talk about that in week 2. But right here, for week 1, let's just wing it a little bit. I'm going to make it so I can see my code. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the first place I hard-coded a value, which is the width of this main part. Saying that I always want it to be 980 pixels, it's just a mistake. Instead, let's use % here and say I want this to take up, let's say, somewhere between 95, I'll pick 95% of my page. Already, you could see that things happened in there. Not everything we want to happen, but a little. I'll resize it again. You can see that my paragraph down here still fits, but the columns just look a little bit awkward, particularly if I'm somewhere in that awkward range of 2 columns fit, but not the third. So while the main page is responsive, let's work on those columns. Here, I've set them to 300 pixels. Let's change that. Since I have 3 columns, again, I could set it to 33, 33, 33, but I'm probably going to end up with some overlap. So I'm going to make these 30%, and I'm going to set the margin left to, we'll use 2%. Now you can already see this is a huge difference in our page. Whether I make it big, there's not a lot of wasted white space along the side, and if I make it small, the columns are still together. This is really good. The last thing I'm going to change, I'm going to go ahead and change my H1 so I'm using the M instead. Or sorry, actually the percent instead. We'll go ahead and make this 125%. That's not big enough. I'll make it 300%. That'll be big. Okay. I'm going to save this. I'm going to resize. And when you go in, it no longer will be quite as dramatic over the entire page. All right. So this was a fairly straightforward example of how we can take absolute measurements and change them to use something that's relative or responsive to make our page a little bit better. This is just the first step, but it's an important step, and it's something I want you to play with so you can feel like you're beginning to understand percents, M's, and other things like that. Good luck. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about media queries. Media queries are going to allow us to adjust the style of our web pages depending upon the properties of the media that we're looking at. So we can look at the browser size, width, and other things to decide the best way to lay out our content. This all started with CSS 2.1. It allowed us to use different media types. So inside your HTML, you could have multiple links to different style sheets, but it wouldn't apply all the style sheets, just some of them. So here's an example. Right here, the style sheet style.css is only going to apply when the content is being displayed on a screen. And for many of you, that's the only way you really know of content being displayed. But for those of us who are older, or just plain old, we remember a time when on your computer you might want to print out directions someplace. And so when you printed out the directions, you had the option to turn on or off the pictures and other things like that. So for us, when it came time to actually print out the directions, the computer would recognize that we're trying to print them out and use a completely different style sheet. And this was a big step forward for us because it allowed us to, again, have different content and style depending upon the platform. With CSS3, we have even more capabilities because the style can depend upon many more features. We can look at the width, the height, the orientation, and even the screen resolution. In addition, we can add Boolean operators to increase the power. And what Boolean operators are just simple and ors. So you might want to say something along the line of, if it's a screen and fill in some other properties there. So let's look at some examples. Every media query has 2 components. The first is the media type. We often think of this as something along the lines of, will this be a screen? Is it a printout? You might even think about Braille, or if it's going out to a TV. We can also use the word all to trigger every possible media type that could possibly come up. The second component is the actual query of the media feature and the trigger size that we want to be looking for. So for example, we might be looking for very specific width, height, orientation, or resolution. Here's an example for you right here. The media type that I want to talk about is screen. The CSS will only apply if we're looking at a screen. But in addition, we also want to make sure that that screen has a maximum width of 480 pixels and a resolution of 163 dpi. So That's a lot of circling, and that's a lot of new words. But that's what we're going to talk about for the next few slides to help you really get this idea of how every query has a media type and then some sort of trigger size and media feature. There are 3 ways to implement media queries. The first is to use the import rule. Inside your CSS, you would use import. You'd include the URL for the style sheet that you want to import, as well as the different size and conditions on when you want to import it. So in this case, if my screen has a minimum width of 600 pixels, we would want to use smallstyle.css. The second approach is to put the media query directly in the style sheet itself. So we would have, before any of our rules, we'd have the @media screen and min width 500 pixels. And then inside here, we would put all of our usual CSS rules for the color, the font, the size, different things like that. So it's all contained inside a single file. The third approach is to include the query in the actual link in the header of your HTML. So here, instead of just saying link this style sheet, we've included the trigger and the different rules right inside our HTML link tag. In general, I'm going to always stick to this second approach right here. This is the one that I personally use for doing my responsive design. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't feel free to play with all 3 of these different approaches. So let's review for just a second to make sure that we're on the same page with how we implement media queries. In this case, I've put my media queries directly into my CSS file. And what's going to happen is, as always, CSS starts from the top and works its way down. We're going to hit that first rule right here that's going to check and say, hey, I need to see if my display is an actual screen, not a printout or something like that. If it is, and the screen width is at least 500 pixels, then I want to apply these specific rules right here. But I don't stop. Because this is the CSS, it'll continue to work its way down and check and say, hey, am I at least 900 pixels? If I am, I'm going to apply these rules too. So it gets tricky at first when you're first learning how to do responsive design. We're going to do one together to get your hands wet and have you coding. Just make sure that you start small, and we'll go ahead and we'll do something together. Good luck. Hey everybody, welcome back. Let's go look at some code together. What we're looking at here is an example from when we first learned about fluid measurements. We went in and we switched our absolute measurements of pixels and started using percents. And it works out really well, unless you take it and you look at a small screen. Right now, the 3 columns is fine. But when we get smaller, right here, it really doesn't make sense to try to shove 3 columns worth of content into such a small screen. This is where the idea of mobile first really comes in. What I think would be a much better look is to have each column stacked on top of each other and only go to 3 columns when you're on a large screen. So let's take a look at how we can make that change together. The first thing that we need to look at is what these columns are. And what we have is we have 3 divs, each of type class equals column. The nice thing about divs is that by default, they're block. If we don't do anything at all, they're going to be stacked just the way we want them to be. So let's find our code right here. You can see that I went in and I said, I only want them to be 30% and inline block. I floated them and all that great stuff there. The truth is, when we think mobile first, we shouldn't be changing anything at all in the column. So I'm going to take this code and I'm going to delete it. All right, I've done it. They're block. And on the large screen, it looks really silly. But on the smaller screen, we have that success I was looking for. We have our mobile first view. Now the question is, how do we go from a single column to 3 columns as we get bigger? And the answer is to use media queries. So I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of my CSS, and I need to add some code. How do we make a media query? Don't forget, it's all about putting in that type and that breakpoint. So I'm going to put in at media screen and min width. Let's go ahead and just pick a number. I'm going to say 778. All right. Make this a little bigger so you can see it. So what I'm saying, oops, and it should definitely be pixels, not PS. What I'm saying is, hey, browser, if you are this size or bigger, I want you to run some special code. And what code is it? It's that code that says, oh, never mind, I don't want to be single column, I want to be 3 column. So I'm going to put that back in here. Save it, and boom, it happened already. It goes in, the browser figures out your size, and then goes in and makes any changes. This is hopefully pretty straightforward to you, although you might want to look at the code for a little bit, change the numbers. I'm going to change this to 1200. Right away it goes back. You can play with these breakpoints. These are the breakpoints that we talked about earlier to find that perfect look for your page. As we make more and more complicated media queries, I really want you to go back and make sure you understand these simple ones first. Good luck. Hi, today we're going to talk about wireframes. And as we talk about them, I have to admit, the way in which I teach web design doesn't really mimic the way you should really do it in the real world, and that I tend to talk about the coding aspects first, the things you can do to create something real right away. But this lecture should have really come earlier in the course, because your layout is one of the first things you should think about. So if you're going off to be a web designer, you're going to need to realize that coding comes after your design. And wireframes provide a visual representation of your layout. This is what you're going to use when you decide it's time to start coding. So what do I mean by a wireframe? Let me show you a few examples. Right here, I'm at a site called wireframeshowcase.com. And if you scroll through the page, kind of up and down, you can see that you see a little bit of a few different pages, real pages, but also you see some graphical sketches underneath them. So let's go back up to the first one. Up here, I'm going to go ahead and go in and kind of show you what it means when we click on the View Details. When I hover over the page, you can see what the site's going to look like when it's set out on the screen. But when I've come off just a little bit, you can see that all those visual representations are actually based on very plain, very unstyled little documents. That's what we're going to talk about today. So before you can start drawing, you need to decide what you need to have on your page. This includes both text and graphics. If it really needs to be there, you need to know at the beginning. What is going to be the best layout for this material? Once you know what you need to have, you can start thinking about different things such as, oh, well, on a mobile view, we might want a different type of navigation bar. We want all the same material, just a different layout. When we're on a laptop view, you might decide you want to add a little bit of extras, but first you need to figure out how you're going to lay out those necessities. Again, as always, I'm going to remind you that the mobile view is the most important view in web design. If you don't think about the mobile view first, it's very simple for you to start coming up with a clear idea and then as you shrink it down, throwing things out. No, at the beginning you decided this was important. So if it is important, make sure you design it for that mobile view. Let's give an example. You might know that you want to have a header, a section. Inside that section, you're going to have an article and maybe an aside, and you're also going to have a footer. Because you're on a mobile view, things tend to go right from the top down to the bottom, and very few things side to side. We just don't have the space. Once you've decided on that mobile view and you've sketched it out, you can go on to what you might want it to look like on the larger view. In this case, the header and the footer are the same, but we have more flexibility with where we want to put that other content. You also want to think about functionality when you're doing your wireframes. The design should be about more than just the layout. You can use these wireframes to test out the interaction that your page might go through as well. Navigation, form inputs, different things like that. If you don't think about that at the beginning, you run into a lot more problems when it's time to code. Did you want it to be a drop-down menu, a hover actions? We need to think about this functionality from the beginning. Many people refer to sketches and wireframes and kind of wonder what the difference is. I always recommend starting with a sketch. With this idea with the sketch is that you're just kind of drawing with your hand and it's very free form. One of the reasons to do this is that I know when someone hands me a very nicely typed paper or some nice computer printout, I'm more hesitant to give back feedback. While if you give me a nice kind of hand-drawn piece of paper, you can really dive into it and say, oh no, what if you do this? And you don't mind marking up their stuff as much. So when you do a sketch, when you do it by hand, you get less, I would say, attached to it. You're more likely to be willing to make changes because you didn't spend 5 hours getting the perfect border or putting things in just the right spot. All right? So let's take a look at another place where I'm not going to cover myself, but there are places where you can figure out these kind of best design practices as you start sketching out your page and eventually moving on. One of the reasons I like this site is, well, because I agree with many of the things they're talking about and they agree with me. But as you look around, you're going to see that most articles talk about best practices. These aren't rules, these are just ideas and suggestions for you to think about. So, for instance, one suggestion is don't use color. Again, this goes back to the idea that wireframes and sketches are about content. It's about figuring out how you want to lay it out and use it. Once you start throwing in color, things start taking on more meaning when maybe they weren't supposed to. You want to be very consistent when you're doing your sign. Don't worry about other things such as padding and spacing and certain little elements that might be different on a single page. Think about your overlying sketch. The next one is always a problem for people because when you're designing, you actually tend to get really into it. It's important that you use actual content in your page because when you do this, it really helps you visually look at the page and realize, oh, this part's getting lost, or oh, this section is really too big. Maybe I should be breaking it up into more sections. This last one I'm going to talk about, and then you can kind of view the page alone if you'd like, is this idea that you never wire alone. This, I hope, is an underlying concept you're getting from all of the courses that you're taking with me. It's never good to code alone, design alone. It should really be a give and take as much as possible. As we're together starting off this class, or even as you're ending it up, it can be really difficult to come up with sketches because we tend to make really small pages because we're just getting started. Plus, we don't have official clients who are giving us feedback. We really only have maybe your friends and family, and if you get on the message board and show people your sketches. So don't be discouraged or feel like you're doing something wrong if you have a hard time coming up with sketches at the beginning. The other challenge I find that when you're doing something like this is you really want to keep things simple and changeable. Like I said, it's really impressive to give somebody a printout with everything you've placed, but it's not always the best way to get feedback. Also, it sometimes feels like, oh, I can do so much more. Simple design is always going to be the best design. The other thing I'd really like to just mention to you is that if design is where you're at, this is the part you've really taken this course for, it's still important to understand the basics of coding. That's going to help you understand how you can convey your ideas to the programmers and let them make something really great out of your design. Hi everybody. Every once in a while, I like to step back and think about some of the terms I use in this class. and make sure I've actually defined them for you so we're all in agreement or understand what the general meaning is. One of those terms is breakpoint. People talk about it all the time when they're talking about responsive design. But what are they? Breakpoints are sizes or positions that define a change in your site layout or content. So you might say, I'm going to set a breakpoint at 500 pixels, 800 pixels, and 1000 pixels. And depending on those sizes, you're expecting to see some sort of change. We use these breakpoints to provide the best possible experience for users based on the device information we have. Now, there's more to it than just breakpoints. You might also want to talk about resolution, whether using print, but breakpoints are really a key element that you want to understand. The other phrase I use quite a bit in conjunctions with breakpoints is this idea that they trigger something. Breakpoints trigger changes. And to be honest, it may not be the best phrase to use. That's because most people don't actually resize their window when they're on it. You open up your screen, and there it is. As developers, I encourage you to open up your browser, make it big, make it small, kind of resize it all the time. But most people aren't going to do that when they're viewing your page. So when we talk about triggering these changes, we often mean triggering rules in your style sheet instead. That's why I'm going to use breakpoints to refer to which rules I apply in different situations. So how do you determine what those breakpoints should be? While I'm teaching, I'm kind of notorious for just randomly picking numbers and throwing them out there because I'm just trying to do things on the fly. In the real world, people tend to set their breakpoints based on one of two things. The first is devices. They'll think ahead and think of all the different devices out there and try to figure out which breakpoints correspond to the different machines. Other people feel strongly that you shouldn't think at all about the different devices that are out there because they change all the time. There's always a new phone, a new tablet, and you can't keep up with that. Instead, you should base your breakpoints based on the content of your page. You figure out what it is you want there and decide when will it really look good next to each other versus not. Let's talk about using devices as a breakpoint. So what I have here is just a quick little shot of some of the most common devices and their screen sizes. So with the iPhone 4, you would want to think about breakpoints at 320 pixels and maybe 480. The iPhone 5, when that came along, all of a sudden you'd need to think about a different max width because it's up to 568 pixels. iPhone 6 got a little bit bigger still, and then the iPhone 6 Plus, well, let's just agree it's ridiculous. All right? The new iPhone is supposedly going to be even smaller, so you'd need to think about new screen sizes for that. When you think about, we also have the Galaxy S3 and S4, they have very similar breakpoints, and then the S5, again, same thing, just a little bit bigger on the smaller screen. I think this is how most people come up with their breakpoints. They'll look at the screen sizes, find some that are similar, or find the lowest possible number for the smallest screens, and maybe the biggest possible number for the larger screens, and just build around those. In most cases, your content's going to fill in just fine. And it would be impossible for you to go in and try to have a different view for each one of these sizes. And of course, when we talk about breakpoints, we want to talk about mobile first. In a lot of paradigms, you're never going to see a breakpoint of 320 pixels or even 360 pixels. You're not going to see that because they're already designing as if the default style sheet covers the smallest possible screen. The good thing about this, or the great thing about this, means that your page is going to work successfully and show all of your content even on much bigger screens because you don't have any breakpoints that you may or may not miss. All right? So that's a really great thing about designing mobile first. That also means, though, that if you're going to be using code that isn't yours, maybe you have someone else's style sheet, if you see them using max width instead of min width in their rules, that means they did not design for mobile first, and you might need to move things around. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, today I really just wanted to talk about these keywords: breakpoints, triggering, mobile first. You won't really get a good feel for them until you've had the time to write some code yourself. So don't worry if you're not familiar with them at first, but make sure you're constantly thinking back, hey, what does a breakpoint mean again? Is this an example of triggering? And I really hope you'll really understand mobile first by the time we're done with this course. Today's lecture is about media queries. And yes, I've already given you a lecture on media queries, but I really want to give you another one because media queries are something that it's much easier watching me do it than doing it yourself. So today, 3 simple steps that I want you to try your best to follow, and then we'll look at an example. The key to understanding media queries is to actually use them in responsive design. This lecture is going to describe the process in 3 steps, but you won't necessarily need to use all of them. So best I can do is give you guidelines. Step 1. This is something that will cause your page to work or not work many times on mobile phones. It's a simple bit of code that you want to include in the head of your HTML. What we have here is a meta tag. And what it's going to do is it's going to convey this information to your browser that based on, we're going to be using different viewports. And it wants the browser to let your style sheets know, hey, how big you are. You're always going to leave the code exactly like this. You're simply saying, I want to know the viewport. I want to know the content width. This initial scale equals 1, that basically just kind of sets what your size is going to be. Now, if you've ever been to a site where things are really small and you want to make it bigger so you can read it a little better, and it just won't let you do that, that is because somebody has put this very horrible, horrible piece of code into their HTML. Instead of saying just initial scale equals 1, it also has maximum scale equals 1. I mention this not because I want you to put it into your site, but because it's pretty common practice when you're first coding to use other people's code. So if you see this happening, you want to take it out. It's just a really bad experience for many people trying to use your page if they can't make things bigger or smaller. So that's step 1. It's not only going to help your browser know that you're going to be doing responsive design, it may actually help your search engine optimization as well. In step 2, I really want to encourage you to use fluid layouts. It's very often the case that when people use breakpoints, they then use absolute measurements. The reason for that is, if you think about it, they know pretty much how big the screen's going to be. They know that it's going to be somewhere between here, that size, and that size. Based on the fact that they know how many pixels wide the screen is going to be, they can hard code the width of some of their elements. You're going to see this in Bootstrap all the time. But just because somebody else does it doesn't mean that you should. I want you to use those other things such as percentages and ems. These are really great fluid measurements. Percentages you tend to use more on elements such as images and divs. Ems are a measurement of typography. So 1 em is the width of 1 letter M. If you're not sure, you don't remember that, don't forget to go back and look at some of the fluid measurement videos. I also hear that Bootstrap 4, one of the platforms we're going to use, is going to switch over to ems and rems too. The last thing I'd just like to remind people is that when you use these fluid measurements for things like padding and margin, the percents are affected by the width, not the height of your page. What does that mean? It means if your page is this big, I'm going to switch to the pen there, the padding is affected by how wide it is. So 50% padding would pretty much give you something like this. If you make the page wider, then you would get more padding. However, if you make the page the same but you make it taller, the height doesn't affect it at all. So it doesn't seem like a big deal until you're stuck trying to code it. Just remember, paddings and margins, when you use %, they're affected by the width of the page, not the height. That third step is really the biggest step, and that is including those media queries. The fluid layout is triggered by these certain breakpoints that you want to use. Design for that smaller screen and work bigger. Some sites like to strip out information or even just set it to display none when the site is small because they think, oh, that's not really important information. Well, that's kind of you deciding for other people what they might want to see. It drives me crazy when I go to a site and I have to click on a link to go to large size view, or when it just won't let me access information at all. You don't want to penalize your mobile users. You also need to realize that just because you set something to hidden or display none, the content might still be downloaded. And this can affect performance. They're still downloading big things like pictures and you're eating up their data. So think small screen and grow bigger. When you put in these media queries, it's common to have a few different sets of rules. You might have your large screen, and then a medium screen, and then, oh, here's my default mobile view. I want you to look at this, and if you need to, I want you to pause the video, and I want you to see if you can figure out why this is bad code. All right, did you see it? Let's see. I added one additional rule here. I just added in some size. But if you notice, as I resize this window, nothing happens. Nothing is getting triggered. Why is that? Well, it's because I haven't ordered things correctly. Style sheets always start from the top and work their way down. All right, so the first thing it's going to do is it's going to check and say, do I have a minimum width of 1024 pixels? If you do, great. It's going to apply the background blue and the width of 25%. But here's the problem. If you have a minimum width of 1024 pixels right there, that means you also have a minimum width of 780. If it's going to happen when it's big, it's going to happen when it's smaller. So this rule overwrites the one above it. And then down here, this one, it's not even inside a rule. You're basically saying, always apply this styling. So our rules are syntactically correct. This is a valid piece of code. It's the logic that we need to fix. Let's start by doing this. I'm going to take that default rule and I'm going to move it up to the top. And as soon as I do that, let's see what happens. Well, one, you can see that it's now yellow. So we know that it's at least 780 pixels. But when I look at it, you can usually see it's actually 1800 pixels. So I would expect it to be blue. Oh, but it is working on the small view, so that's good. So we have 2 out of the 3 views. Well, that problem still exists that the order isn't correct. When you're triggering on minimum width, you want to make sure you're always testing for your smallest sizes first. Save this, and now we have, I'm hoping it'll go from green to yellow to blue. As you can see, I still added fluid measurements because as the size of the screen grows, so does my H1 because I set it to 25%. These are the type of things that it's really simple to nod along, say, yep, I got it. And it isn't until you write your own code that you're going to accidentally make these mistakes and not know what's going on. My advice to you is to always add one media query at a time and make it something simple. Put in that media query, add a rule, test it, build from there. Add a new media query, add a rule, test it. It's the best way to make sure that your code's going to be clean. And with that, I'm pretty much going to leave you with a concept checked here. The question I'm going to ask is, should your media queries be at the top or the bottom of that page where you have your little @media. The example I just showed you is that, well, they should go closer to the bottom. Have all your default styling first, and then trigger media questions. But in all honesty, it's a bit of a trick question. If you're assuming min width, if you're doing mobile first, put the rules on the bottom. If you're using somebody else's code and they didn't use that mobile first paradigm, and they're searching for max width, then it's completely the opposite. You want to put those rules at the top. It can be tricky, and that's why I encourage you to get into good habits at the beginning and continue them as you get better and better at coding responsive design. Hi everybody. Today, with this lecture, I'm hoping you'll sit with me and write up some code where we use media queries to produce responsive navigation. In particular, we want to make one page where the navigation bar is at the top on a small screen and off to the side on larger screens. So let's look at some code. So what I have here is some HTML that doesn't have any styling on the navigation bar. So what you have is a nice horizontal line of links right up here at the top of your page. Oops, right down there. What I would like to do is design my page so that on small screens, the navigation bar is still on the top, but instead, when I'm on larger screens, we have more room to play with. So I want to put that navigation bar off to the side. So let me draw you a little picture here. Small screen, I want the bar to be along the top here, and then you'd have all the content. But on a larger screen, maybe this big, well, then I want my navigation bar to be along the side, and we can put all the content right off to the right. So let's take a look at how we're going to do that. Because we want to do mobile first, that means by default, we already have it set up where the navigation bar is where we want it. But let's go ahead and add a little bit of styling. I'm going to cheat and copy and paste this in here for just a second. What I've done is I've just added a little bit of styling to not only the navigation, but now we also have it so that the links themselves are also styled. So I've put in some border radius to make them nice and circular. I've added the margin and the padding. And just in case you look at it and kind of wonder what's going on, I've done a little trick that I do in order to center text inside these little links. I've gone ahead and set the line height to 45 pixels. What this does is it gives this kind of little extra padding on the top and the bottom to help fill up the size. You should play with this and kind of see if you like it. Well, even though we have it looking great the way we want it on a small screen, let's see what happens when we make the screen larger. Well, at the moment, nothing happens when we make the screen larger. And that makes sense because we didn't put in any media queries. We do have a slight bit of responsive design simply because I've used fluid measurements. That margin and that padding, it's going to adjust as I resize the screen. But I don't just want things to adjust, I want a completely new layout. So let's get started. The first thing that I'm going to do is add in my media query. At media, all, and min width. I'm just going to go ahead and set this to 900 pixels. It's a kind of nice big size, and it'll give us a really clear breakpoint as to where we want things to change. So I've done that, and now I can start adding new rules. Some people love to jump right in and start doing a whole bunch of coding. It would make sense that since we're doing navigation bars, that we would want to start adjusting the different navigation. I'm not going to do that though. What I always recommend is somebody write a very simple, clear rule. The reason is, it's really easy for you to figure out whether or not your rules are triggering. So let's go ahead and just change the entire color of the body of this page. So I'll put in body, curly bracket, background, color, I'll just make it blue. Okay. All right, it worked. If for some reason you typed that in and it didn't change anything on your screen, you want to stop. Don't start doing new complicated things if you can't even get this little one to get going. So I'm going to stop for a second, make this a slightly less obnoxious color here. See if I can get away with gray. There we go, and you can still see everything. If you've run into problems, the parts that you want to check are, go in. Did you remember to have minimum width? If you do maximum width, then as you make it larger, it might trigger on and off. Make sure you've added the pixels at the end so it knows what it's looking for. Make sure you have 2 sets of curly brackets. Notice I have one set that starts my media query and then a second one that goes with the body selector. If that's going, let's go ahead and move on to how we would change that navigation bar to be off to the side instead of on the top. So one of the first steps we're going to want to take is changing the styling for the nav tag. I have it for you right here along with the little typo I see. The most important thing is that I want this to be off to the side now. By default, nav is block, so it takes up the entire width. Now I only want it to take up a small bit along the side. In fact, I said that I want it to take up 20%. So as the screen gets larger, it will still take up 20% of the screen. I also have a min width of 125 pixels because I just don't want it to get too small. This now has placed the nav bar off to the side, but it still doesn't look quite right. What I need to style those individual links as well, so that they go right underneath each other. Let's do that next code. So how do I do that? How do I get the links to go underneath each other? Oh, well, that's not too hard if you remember some of the more advanced CSS you've learned earlier. The most important thing is that I want to make it display block right here. Once you do that, well, now they have to go underneath each other. I played a little bit with the text decoration and the padding, but other than that, everything is just a little bit of extra styling. The important thing for the layout was to make everything display block. So let's take a look at what we have for a second. We have our navigation bar, and it's off to the side as we were hoping, and it only takes up some of the space. But we really wanted the content to be next to it. We wanted it to be over here to the side. And instead, it ended up underneath. What do we need to do? If we were in class, in real life, I would sit there and stare at you until someone finally raised their hand and made a guess. But you're lucky we're not there together, so I'm just going to tell you. The problem isn't with our navigation. It's actually with the section that comes underneath it. I'm going to go down here. If you think about it, every section by default is block. So it's a simple enough trick to get these things to be next to each other. I'm going to add the code right now. So in order to get this to work, I've added a little bit more code. I went in and I said, you know what? The section can't be block. It needs to be inline block. And since I made the navigation bar about 20%, I went ahead and made this 70% because I'm not feeling like I want to do the math of the margins and the padding right now. I also set the height to 100 viewport height to take up the whole screen. I did have to go back and change one thing up in my nav as well. I had to add a float left, right down here, if you look. And this is what lets these two things be next to each other, off to the side. So let's take a look at what we've got. On the big screen, we've got the vertical navigation bar. On the small screen, we jump back to the horizontal navigation bar. Neither one of these things had a lot of tricky CSS to it, but the important part was remembering to put in that media query. That's what triggers everything. So if you didn't code along with me right now, I hope you'll stop, write some code on your own, and see if you can't get things to move around. And try to do it in such a way that you can see it really making sense, where you know that on small screen phones, they really do their navigation differently than if you're on a laptop. Good luck, and make sure to post questions if you run into trouble. Hi everybody. Frameworks is one of those words that or terms that people really love to throw out there. The term framework can really mean different things depending upon who you ask and what they do. The general agreement, though, is that frameworks are meant to make your job easier by providing code and structure. Once you learn how to use a framework, you're able to develop your sites quickly and easily without changing too much code. So again, when we talk about framework, we want to think about what does framework mean here in this class. For front-end developers, frameworks provide tools for CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery. They're these little bits of code that you can use to get an instant look that you're looking for, and sometimes an instant behavior that you're looking for as well with the JavaScript and the jQuery. If you're a back-end developer, this is something completely different as far as frameworks go. Now you're looking at code that's going to help you do routing, resources, templates, and security. So this is something completely different. So when we're done here, and after we're done talking about frameworks, you might find that you don't necessarily understand some of the terms that other people are using. Just make sure that you realize that we're doing front-end development, not back-end development. With saying that, I think it's important that you know at least a handful of frameworks that people are using today. The first one that I'm going to mention, and the one that we're going to study in this course, is Bootstrap. Bootstrap was developed in 2011, and basically the reason it's so popular is because it's popular. It was one of the first, and once you get that niche, people really tend to use it over and over again. Another framework that you may have heard of is called Foundation by Zurb. It's, again, developed in 2011 and is great. It has a lot of different code you can use, but because it's not as popular as Bootstrap, people just don't tend to use it nearly as much right now. Semantic UI is another framework that's a little bit more recent. If you've been taking my classes, you know that I love the word semantic. Semantics has a meaning. So what they're doing with their framework is trying to use as much natural language, English-like terms as possible when you make your website. The next one is Pure by Yahoo. And the last one I was going to mention was the Ulkit by UTheme. These last three were developed within the past couple years, so again, the fact that they're as popular as they are now, just 2 years out, means that there's something you may want to know about. So what does this mean for you in this class and with any web development that you plan on doing? Templates are really interesting. Some people build their sites directly from the template. They grab some HTML code, they change it around, and they're done. They only provide the content and they still get a great looking site. Other people develop their code on their own, but they'll go in and they'll use some frameworks to add little functionality that they don't want to code themselves or they're unable to code themselves. Now, there are things such as pure coders, particularly computer scientists and the really, us really geeky types, who sometimes think, nope, I'm going to write everything from scratch. I'm not going to use other people's code. I disagree with that. I think that if you want to learn web design, it's important that you get to know at least one popular framework. That way, you'll be able to communicate with others who are doing web design and also, if need be, jump in quickly. As we start to learn more about Bootstrap, I want you to understand that it's a tool and it's supposed to be making your life easier. If it isn't, that's okay. You can go back to coding on your own, but you still want to know a little bit about it. Thanks. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a framework for creating websites that's pretty popular among web designers. It focuses on a responsive, mobile-first approach. And what this means for you is that responsive design is pretty much built in. And they do a really good job of making sure that their pages look good on small screens and then build incrementally out from there. Bootstrap consists of CSS and HTML templates that you can use and reuse. It also includes JavaScript extensions, which is really handy because it's a way to add JavaScript to your pages even if you don't know how to use JavaScript yourself. Finally, the emphasis for Bootstrap is on what we call interfaces and layouts. It gives us this very familiar look and feel to sites that were made with Bootstrap. Speaking of that, who uses Bootstrap? There are a lot of popular sites that are or were built using Bootstrap. These include NBA.com, Target.com, Walmart, Code Academy, Bloomberg, and Airbnb. If you'd like, you can even go to this website, builtwithbootstrap.com, to see a list of different sites that use Bootstrap. You wouldn't do that necessarily just to go, hey, let's go ahead and look at all the sites. Instead, it's a really nice place to go to give you ideas for all the different layout designs that are out there for you to use as a building block. There are a number of benefits of using Bootstrap 3.0. One is that it has a very handy 12-column grid system. What this does is it helps with spacing issues. If you've ever spent a lot of time trying to center something exactly in the page or lay out 3 columns in a row and have them spaced out nicely, you know that it can take a lot of time. When you add in the fact that this column system has built-in responsive design, it makes it a really attractive option to learn about. Next, Bootstrap tries to include all the very common jQuery functionalities. These include things like accordions with the drop up and down of content. It includes drop-down menus and also carousels for pictures. It actually has a lot of different functionalities, but I like to just mention some of the ones that people use the most. Finally, Bootstrap has that familiar look and feel I mentioned before. Many sites use Bootstrap, and when you use it, it helps make your site and any forms that you might want people to fill out look what we can call legitimate. It looks like a real site. And that's really valuable because it's important for people to have confidence in your site when they go to visit it. So why should you consider using Bootstrap, or at least know a little bit about it? First of all, it can lead to really fast development. You can have a great looking site up in really just a few moments. Second, it's platform independent, so it's going to look great no matter what browser people are using. It's responsive by default. You don't need to do anything to make it look good on different browsers. It does it by itself. And finally, it's customizable. It's one of those things where you can like so many things about it, but if there's something that you don't like, that's okay. You can go in and you can change the values to give it the look that you want it to have. But there are reasons why you might not want to use Bootstrap. One of the biggest complaints is that Bootstrap doesn't always follow best practices. For the longest time, people have really stressed that we want to separate content from layout in our web pages. And when you use Bootstrap, those lines become a little bit blurred, and it's often very easy to see that we're combining them. Another reason that you may want to avoid using Bootstrap is that it can be very what we call resource heavy. As I mentioned, it has the ability to do carousels and accordions and drop-down menus and other things with JavaScript. And it has so many different entities built into it that oftentimes you're going to be using more than you really needed if you have a simple page. Finally, that look is somewhat generic. And while I put that as a plus point one slide earlier when I said it gives people confidence in that you have a real page, if you're making your site because you're artistic or creative or you want to show that you are really an innovative thinker, then you might not want to use Bootstrap. You might really want to head off on your own. When we talk about Bootstrap in this class, there are a number of different ways we can approach it. One is as a supplement to your style. You've already coded it up and you just want to add 1 or 2 things that Bootstrap can offer. That's great. Another way to look at Bootstrap is to download one of their themes and then you go on and you expand upon it, or maybe instead take a little bit away. So it's important to understand that Bootstrap is something that you want to use, not something that you feel confined by. We're going to talk about the basics of Bootstrap. We're going to talk about navigation and images and the grid system. But it's important to know that there are still going to be many parts left untouched that we can't reach. If and when you decide to go and use some of that Bootstrap code, just remember it's important to test your code often when you're using something that isn't yours. So make sure you code a little bit, test, code a little bit, and test. And I hope you remember to keep up that practice over this next week when we start adding Bootstrap to our code. Thanks. Earlier in this course, we talked about setting breakpoints in your code for responsive design. Bootstrap has default breakpoints that it's hard-coded for the different viewports. The intention for Bootstrap, again, is to always use the mobile-first paradigm. It's always going to bring up every page as if it's thinking, the only way people are going to look at this is on my phone. If it's bigger, then I'll make changes. So you want to make sure you plan for the smallest screen and then make adjustments as the screen size potentially is larger. So first, let's talk about the smallest screen size that Bootstrap deals with. It's kind of a custom iPhone Retina screen. It basically deals with any screen that's from 0 to 320 pixels. This is a kind of problematic screen size, and I want to mention it right away, because what I've found is that students, and myself, will use a small breakpoint, but then it doesn't actually work on our browser. The reason for this is that some browsers, even if they're only, say, 150 pixels wide at that point, won't return a number smaller than something in the 300s. So this breakpoint right here may never trigger for you. So it's something to think about when you first start coding. It's also not very common right now. So let's go on to the extra small devices and phones. In Bootstrap, these extra small sizes are referred to with an XS. Any device that has a minimum width of 480 pixels is going to be picked up by that XS. Most phones fall into this category, even when you're in the landscape position. So you're saying when you're looking at the phone, you assume, oh, this phone is at least 480 pixels wide. The next step up for small devices and tablets is referred to as SM for small. This is any device that has a minimum width of 768 pixels. Now typically, you would think of that instead as being between 420 and 768 because the extra small has those smaller screen sizes. But for generality, you'll just say small is up to 768. Most tablets fall into this category, but you also need to remember that for many desktop browsers, people open up smaller window sizes, so it would also trigger this viewport as well. For medium devices and desktops, we use this code MD for medium. This is any device that has a minimum width of 992 pixels. Again, Bootstrap hard codes these. And what I mean by hard codes is it says it picks a number and this is what we're going to stick with. Now, 992 is beyond the size of most tablets or phones, but there's something I want you to realize. It's possible that if someone's on a smaller device, but they magnify their screen, it could end up triggering this viewport. So somebody's on a small screen, but they might be using the style sheet of a larger screen. And we're going to talk about how we can deal with this a little bit later. Finally, the last viewport is referred to as LG. And this is for large devices and wide screens. Anything that is at least 1200 pixels is going to be picked up by the large breakpoint. Now, I know that often the trend is towards smaller and smaller and smaller when it comes to technology. But often this is reversed, and you can see people going for larger and larger, particularly when you think of TV screen sizes. So it's important to remember you want to code for everybody. The extra small, the large, and everything in between. And again, even when you code and style for these large screens, you need to remember that sometimes people on smaller screens will trigger these larger views. This happens to me quite often because when I'm lecturing in class, I tend to magnify my screen so many people can see it. So these are the kinds of little things that might cause you problems because you don't understand why they're being triggered. I'm hoping you can avoid them by knowing what's going on there. Now, it is possible to change these default values for your breakpoints. Even though Bootstrap hard codes them, you can go in and change them. You can either customize these values before you download the Bootstrap code. you can go in and you can modify the Bootstrap CSS files, or don't forget, you can always write your own media queries to add new trigger points. Now, when we talk about Bootstrap grid points, it's not important that you go back and you memorize these exact values of the breakpoints. It's not important at all. What is important is that you need to remember that XS stands for extra small, SM is for small, MD is for medium, and LG is for large screen sizes, because we're going to be using those 4 abbreviations quite a bit as we start to code in Bootstrap. And also, never forget that you can always modify these different breakpoints to your needs. What you can't change are those 4 abbreviations. So as we go forward, make sure you've mastered these 4 things and you'll be able to really code and understand the things that are coming up. Hi everybody. If I've done a good job up to this point, you're really excited to use Bootstrap, and you're kind of annoyed with me that I haven't shown you how to do it yet. So let's get started with using Bootstrap. The first thing that you need to do is you need to get access to the styling and JavaScript code that Bootstrap provides. There are 3 options for doing this. We can download a copy, we can use an absolute reference to link to the code, and we can also talk about how we can link to the code from our CodePen account. If you want to save your own copy of Bootstrap, you can go to the website getbootstrap.com, and there's a quick and easy Get Started link for downloading. It's really, really important that you use the official site when you're grabbing your Bootstrap code. A number of times, students have gone on, searched the internet, and downloaded older versions of Bootstrap, and unfortunately, they are completely incompatible. And it takes a really hard time to figure out where they went wrong. So download from the official site. When you download, you also have the option of customizing the values before you download. This will save you time if you know there are certain breakpoints, colors, or other styles that you want to happen and you don't want to go around and overwrite them later. Let me show you. When you go to the website, you can see that it lets you customize different options. So for instance, you can put in and you can say how I want to use tables, forms, buttons. You can go down further and say, you know what? I don't think I'm really going to use any jQuery, so I'm going to uncheck these boxes, and that's going to let me download smaller amounts of code. You can go in and you can change the different colors to what you want them to be. It's a kind of nice way to get started if you already know exactly what you want to do. For most of us, though, we're going to download the basic code. The most important thing is that once you've downloaded that code, make sure you know where you saved your files. This is so important. You don't want to spend time later trying to remember exactly where you saved it, change your links, move things around. It's very important to be organized. Another option, though, if you don't want that work of downloading the code, or you want to make sure that you always have the most up-to-date copy, is to use a CDN, or Content Delivery Network. Basically, CDN provides a way for you to use an absolute reference or a link to get the Bootstrap code. Down here, again, we can go to the link getbootstrap.com/getting started, and they will give you the code that you need to include. I've got it right here. You will need to copy and paste this code and this code into the header of your document. It's really important to make sure you have the full thing because it allows Bootstrap to know that you're connecting through the CDN and you're not just spamming them or trying to download other things. So by including these, you no longer have to keep a copy yourself. And that's really handy if you plan on having many different versions of your site and you don't want to have lots of different copies of the Bootstrap code. I'm adding a third option to this lecture because so many of us use CodePen. I wanted to show you how you can link to Bootstrap from CodePen if you don't want to remember those extra links. You start off by going to the settings, then the CSS, and add external CSS. I've got an example here for us where I'm starting fresh. I don't want to go in and put in those links because I really want to keep this code clean. I really want to keep it to just HTML. So if you follow along, I'm going to go here to settings. I need to click here on the CSS. And if you go down here to add external add, right underneath here, there's a little something called Quick Add. All right, and if you click on Quick Add, you can see that Bootstrap is one of the options. So once you have that put in there, as long as it's in here, it now knows this is how you can add the external CSS. Now you may remember that I said you're going to connect to the CSS and the JavaScript files. So once you've added the CSS, you'd want to click on JavaScript, right here, Quick Add, and add Bootstrap as well. Once we've done this, our site is now ready to use any of the Bootstrap classes or any of the Bootstrap JavaScript that we may need to use. So it's very common when you're first getting started with Bootstrap, or even once you're a bit of a pro, to start with the template that's already been created. If you go to Bootstrap and you're following along in the examples, they have some example code there for you. On CodePen, I've included another example code that's just modified a little bit from the getbootstrap.com, and I've put it in my Code Academy Responsive Design Bootstrap template. In my template, I did not go in and link to Bootstrap using the settings. Instead, I wanted to show you this code both with and without the links, because that way, if you write it up yourself, you can still have it. So here's the link to the Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript, and down here is my actual code. All right. It doesn't look like there's that much going on. I mean, because there isn't. All I've done is put in a hello world, how are you? However, if you've been coding for long enough, your eye might notice that the hello world and the how are you look a little bit different from the default values. Instead, it's using that Bootstrap font. One way is for me to delete the link to the style sheet. I'll do that right here. And now you can see that the font has changed a little bit. This is actually really important, and let's talk about why. So on a simple file, like I said, one of the things you can do to test to see if Bootstrap is actually working or actually doing anything is to comment out that link to the CSS. Right away, you should at least see some sort of very faint change in the font. Another thing you can do, and I really encourage you to do, is to use Inspect Element. This method is preferred, particularly as you start to add your own styles. Don't forget, Bootstrap is just one of the tools for styling your page. The expectation is that you will still write your own style sheet as well. With Inspect Element, we can go in, look at the different parts of the page, and figure out exactly which styles are being applied and which ones aren't. I'll make sure when we go through our Code With Me examples that I often stop and use Inspect Element to show you what I'm talking about. So as we finish up this very quick example, I hope that you go in, I hope you grab that CodePen example and you try writing one of your own. If it's not working, don't forget that you need to include to link that code in some way. You can use Inspect Element to see if there's any styles being applied. You need to make sure that you always include the JavaScript at the bottom. In fact, I'm not sure I even put enough emphasis on that, so let me show it to you again, just so you know what I'm talking about. I'm back at our original template code, and I'll put back in the style sheet. When you scroll down, you can see that after I have Hello World, I have the template code that includes a link to some Bootstrap code. All right. even though you may not be using JavaScript, even though you may not even know how JavaScript works for some of you. It's important to know that Bootstrap may be using the JavaScript in order to get things to work a certain way. This down here is a #1 problem, forgetting to link to the JavaScript. So when you start writing your own code, I highly recommend that you use my template to get started every single time. It's also important to remember that you can customize those Bootstrap defaults. I talk about that a lot right now. I don't think you're going to do it. I don't think you should do it, but it's something that I want you to know is possible once you really get the hang of what's going on. Finally, you can also always go in and overwrite those Bootstrap defaults. Remember how I said the font looks a little bit different than what you may have been expecting? That's okay. You can go in and change it in your own style sheet. And that's something that I hope you'll explore over this next week as you go in and you write code and you practice and you write some code again. Thanks. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about the grid system for Bootstrap 3. I want to start off by saying if at the end of this video you completely understand the Bootstrap layout system, you are awesome. Because for most of us it takes at least 2 or 3 times of looking at the material, playing with it, and then doing it all over again to really get a good understanding of how this works. So I'm hoping that you'll follow along with me. We'll do an example in one of the next videos, and then you come back and you listen to this material again and see if it's starting to really make sense. Bootstrap can see every element as something you can break down into 12 columns. So if you have a page, Bootstrap can take any element and say, oh, all right, there's a container. Let's pretend I drew 12 columns. We can break it up, and then you can tell Bootstrap whether you want to place something here, or maybe all 3 of these. Now, it's kind of funny because for the longest time, people have said, never use tables to lay out the content of your web page. That's breaking really some of those basic rules and tenets of content versus layout. But that's why everyone says Bootstrap uses a grid. It's not a table. So you kind of have to throw that practical reasoning out for a little bit if you're going to be using Bootstrap. So with this table, we can basically say if you want to use 3 columns, it's the same as saying a width of maybe 25%. 6 columns is 50%, 9 columns is 75%. All 12 columns means you're taking up the full width of the page or that element. Every grid in Bootstrap consists of a container class, a row class, and then 1 or more column classes. So the actual code itself is going to look like this, where XX is going to be the viewport size, and YY is going to be the number of columns that you want to use. Let's take a look. So let's look at our example. The class is always going to start with those 3 letters COL. The XX component is the viewport size. So it's going to be XS for extra small, think your mobile phones, small for maybe those tablets, MD for medium, and LG is for large. Again, if you want to kind of think of numbers, you can think of something along the lines of about 480, 720, 992, and 1200. Now, I promised you a while ago you don't actually have to remember these numbers. I'm pretty sure that I got them wrong myself. So just remember more general concepts than the numbers. But you have to remember XS, SM, MD, or large. It has to be one of those 4 abbreviations. Once you've declared the viewport size, you can now say exactly how many columns you want this element to take up. Anything from 0, which means it shouldn't show up at all, to 12, which means take up the maximum width that it possibly can. So if you have an element that has class equals column extra small 12, you're saying, oh, if you're viewing this on a small screen, it should take up the full width. If you're looking at one that has a class of column small 8, oh, now you want to take up 8 out of those 12 columns, but only on the small screen. For column medium 4, you're saying, oh, if I'm on a medium screen, I want to use up 4 columns, or 1/3 of the entire screen size. And for column large 3, you're saying, oh, well, this is a large screen. It doesn't need to be as big as it was on those other screens. Let's just use up 1/4 or 25%. Now, this is the interesting thing. Many times you're going to combine these classes together. So let's think about if you're going to put pictures on your website. It's a very common idea to think, oh, well, on the small screen, I want one picture, and each picture should take up the whole width of the viewport. But if I'm on a larger screen, oh, well, then maybe there can be 3 across, and on a different screen, maybe 4 across. So let's imagine that I have an image, some sort of picture.jpg. And then we have our 4 screen sizes. So I might have my extra small, my small, my medium, and it's not quite going to look larger, but my large. When you look at column extra small 12, that means my image should take up pretty much the whole width. But if I'm showing this image on a small screen, I only want it to take up about half the size. That way, if there's other images, they can fill in next to me instead of under me. In the same way, if I'm going to have a medium screen, I only want it to take up about 1/4, leaving room for 3 other pictures. And then on a large screen, I'm going to drop really small just to kind of be like, oh, I only want that to take up 1/6. So it's the same picture. It's the same HTML code. The difference is that on different viewports, the picture is going to look relatively big on a small screen and relatively small on a larger screen. So let's review that grid picture, but using the classes this time. Right here, we have nothing on there, but if I use column XX3, we're using 3 of the 12, or 25%. If I say column XX6, I'm using 50% now. Column XX9, 75%. And column XX12 means use up the full width that's available to you. But what if you want 2 elements next to each other, for instance, but only on a larger screen? Separate block, small screen, inline block on a large screen. Well, what we can do is we can start off by saying, oh, that yellow part of our page, well, on a small screen, I want it to take up the full width. But on a medium screen, I want it to take up only 3. So in here, when I'm looking at on a large screen, I'm only taking up 1, 2, 3 columns. All right. Then, if we add another div next to it, that div can say, oh, for this orange part, if I'm on a small screen, again, I want to use up the full width. But if I'm on a medium screen or bigger, well, then in that case, I want to use 8 columns. Now, if you're following me, hopefully you are, wake up, you'd realize that 3 plus 8 only equals 11. I didn't use the whole screen. I did that on purpose because I wanted to show you that it's absolutely okay to not use up the whole screen. The second thing you might be wondering is, what about small and large? I didn't say anything for those. I didn't mention them at all. Everything, since it's mobile first, propagates up. So if I define something for extra small, then by default, it's also going to apply to small, medium, large. Unless I specify something for medium, and then that's going to overwrite everything for medium and large. So you can really get away with just specifying 1 or 2 rules and still hit multiple breakpoints. It's actually quite possible to write even easier or cleaner code than what I just wrote here. Whenever you want to say something should be the full 12 columns and it's block already, by default it takes up the whole width, you can pretty much skip this whole column extra small 12 part. Bootstrap knows to do that by default. It says, oh, I already knew you were supposed to take up the full width. You don't need to tell me. Instead, you can just specify those rules where it's going to change. So I've dropped the smaller part, and this new rule now says basically anytime you are on a medium viewport or larger, make it 3 columns. By default, Bootstrap is going to put things as far to the left as it possibly can when it's positioning them. However, it is possible to add a push and a pull class on different elements. If you have column, XX, push, YY, you're basically saying, hey, on any viewport that's X, I want you to go ahead and push this element Y columns to the right. In the same way, there's a pull, and here you move columns to the left. We're not going to play with this right now, but it was something that I wanted you to be aware of. In the same way, I want you to know about the responsive utility classes. Earlier, I mentioned that you can have XX or something like XS column 0, or really for anything, you can have column 0 hides it from the screen. It's usually a lot easier to use the hidden class instead. Hidden XX basically says, oh, make this visible on every viewport except for the one we're going to mention right here. In the same way, visible XX says, oh, hide something. It shouldn't be visible unless I'm on this certain size screen. The last one we have is SR only, and this is a special Bootstrap utility class for screen readers. It hides the content for everyone unless they're using a screen reader to access the page. If they are, then this element is visible to them and them only. So we mention and we talk a lot about how Bootstrap is this mobile-first idea and that larger screens inherent value from smaller screens. I really think that the grid class is a great example for you to play with this and see how they work. The idea that if you define something for medium screens, it also applies for large screens. If you apply something to extra small screens, it also applies for every screen size that's bigger. There's a great site at Bootstrap, bootstrap.com/examplesgrid, where you can go through and you can see some of the examples that they've coded up for you. Really important, do the math. If you've got maybe a 3rd grader or a 4th grader at home, someone who's about 8 to 9, have them check. Because one thing you always want to make sure you do is that the columns that you want to be next to each other shouldn't add up to more than 12. Seems like a simple thing, but it's very important. In the next video, we're going to code together and do some work with this grid class. I hope you'll join me and you'll get a really good feeling about how this works with Bootstrap. Hi everybody. Let's go over an example together where we're using the Bootstrap grid system. I'm going to go into CodePen and use this code so you can start from scratch or mess with the code and play with it with me. So, as you may recall, whenever you want to use the grid system for Bootstrap, it's important that you put 2 kind of wrapper classes around it. So here I have my class equals container and my class equals row. What I'm saying here is, oh, it's time to look for those column medium 6, column large 2 different classes. And I want you to put these elements together based on being in the same row at times. I'm actually going to move this so I'm on a bit of a smaller screen to start with. And when we do this, we're going to go through and look at how the code works together. We don't even need to really look at the CSS for now, so I'll pull it out of the way. I have 4 divs inside here. Now in each case, each one of these divs is exactly the same. The code doesn't change at all. You can kind of trust me on that one. So we're just going to look at the first one and look at what that code does. The first thing we need to realize is, column medium 6 and column large 3. How many viewports do we have right here? How many different distinct looks are we coding for? At first glance, your answer might be 2. We're coding for the medium and the large screen. But don't forget, Bootstrap is always thinking mobile first. So by default, we have an extra small, maybe small view. So this, what we've done right here, is we've now made it so that there are 3 distinct views. One for the extra small and small screens, one for the medium screens, and one for the large screen. By default, whenever we're on an extra small screen and we didn't say anything else, Bootstrap is going to say, oh, you're going to do a div and you didn't tell me what to do? No problem. Let's make that sucker full screen. We're going to, by default, use all 12 columns. So that's why this little div right here says extra small and small screen. So my question is for you, why is it not showing medium screen and large screen? Why isn't that information showing up? Well, it's back to those Bootstrap utility classes. Down here, I have visible medium and visible large. This essentially says, you know what? I don't want you to show up unless I'm on a medium-sized screen. And down here, I don't want you to display unless you're on a large screen. As we transition from smaller to bigger, this one's going to go away. And this one will suddenly show up. So let's take a look. So right here, I've just hit the medium viewport screen size. And a few things have happened. First, the div that said extra small and small screen, it disappeared. It is now no longer visible. The second thing that happened is that the medium divs now have become visible. We couldn't see them before, and now we can. But the third thing that happened that you might not notice unless you really are thinking about it is before each div took up the full width of the screen. Remember, we had 4 boxes, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, instead of taking up the full width, we're only taking up 6 columns. We're not taking up 12. So we've really changed the look of this. We've changed the content, but we've also changed the layout. So instead of having 4 on top of each other, we have 2 pairs of 2. Last thing I'm going to do next, of course, is go to the even larger screen. So in this next step, as we've reached the larger screen, the same type of thing has happened. The extra small and small divs, still hidden, still not there. Can't see this one, can't see that one. Now, the large screen information is visible, and we've triggered this rule right here. We've said, oh, on a large screen, I want each one of these divs to take up 25% of the screen, 3 out of those 12 columns. And now, everything is laid out in one big view. Hopefully at this point, you have a few questions. Unfortunately, I'm not right there to answer them. So I'm going to have to guess and maybe try to figure out some things that you might be wondering right now. I know one that I was wondering is this whole idea of what's with the extra space along the sides. Each one of these columns is supposed to be about 25%, but there's a lot of blank space around. One of those reasons is that the container class and the row class has padding and margin around it. So this is kind of dead space. Same over here. So we might be using up 25% of the space, but that's really only from here to here, not the full screen. That's something that's important to realize. The next thing that you may or may not be wondering is how I managed to style maybe the colors of the fonts or those borders around things. Feel free to go in and look at all the code that I have here, not just the HTML. I'm going to pull my CSS back over, and you can see that I have written some style sheets that say, oh, you know what? I want you to add a border, but only around those classes that start with the word visible. And you know what? On any class that ends in large, I want you to have it be red. Any that ends in medium, be blue, etc., etc. With this class, we may not do as many lectures as I've done in some of the other classes. There's a reason for that. I want you to spend your time playing with the code. Listening to me is awesome, I know it, but playing with code may be even better as far as learning things about what you're doing in web design. So play with this code, change things from visible to hidden. Go ahead and put in different numbers to see what happens. It can be a lot of fun to play with things and make things, break them, and fix them again. Good luck. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about navigation bars. Navigation is one of those things about Bootstrap that's very familiar to people when they see sites that use Bootstrap. It always looks about the same, it works about the same, people are comfortable with it. The nav class is typically combined with other classes to create each different styled navigation that you're going to see. When you make a navigation bar, one of the first things you have to decide is what type of links you want. Bootstrap provides nav tabs and nav pills. So let's take a look at what these look like on the browser. Let's start with nav tabs. The first thing I hope that you would look at and see is that it doesn't look very good. I've got the code, I've taken it from Bootstrap, I went in and I used the nav class right here. Oops, change that to yellow. I used the nav class right here, and I also included the nav tabs class. This is something new people haven't always seen, that you can use multiple classes within the class. All right, so used it, looks correct, but I don't see any difference. This is something that's going to happen to you. The problem is I haven't linked to the Bootstrap CSS. Let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to go into Settings. I'm going to click on CSS, and I'm going to go down here to Quick Add and add Bootstrap. And as soon as I save that, boom, there you go. That looks like a much more professionally designed navigation bar. So when you use the tabs, it's supposed to simulate that kind of look you see in a file tabbing system where you kind of flip through. Now, let's look at nav pills. Here, you can see that each one of the links basically has a different color. So you can go in, this one is blue, the other ones are white. They all have that kind of same square look. The reason that this one is blue and the others aren't is because I've added what's called an active class. This class right here says, oh, I want to distinguish this link from the other links, so let's make it a different color. I can play with that code, and I can change it so that instead of having this link be active, cut it, let's put it here, and now I've made the other one. It's not really a big deal whether you're going to use pills or tabs. It's just a design decision that you want to make a little bit early on. Once you've decided on either tabs or pills, another thing you're going to consider is the layout. Do you want your navigation bar to be horizontal, vertical, justified? There are a few different options, and I'm going to show you right now how you can quickly change them. Let's go ahead and just use the nav pills code. When I go back up to that unordered list element, I have that it should be nav and nav pills. What I want to add now is to say, you know what? Instead of being horizontal, I want to change it so that it's vertical or stacked. This simple class completely changes the look of our page. Another option that we can use is nav justified. When you use nav justified, by default, it's going to take as many links as you have and spread them out proportionally. So here, because I have 3 links, each link takes up 1/3 of the page. If I had 5, each would take up 20%, and different things like that. Now, the interesting thing about nav justified is that when you resize the window, it actually changes the look of the page. So now as I make it smaller, it changes from justified to stacked. This gives a kind of really cool look without you having to do much about it. So on the small view, you go to stacked. On the larger views, you're horizontal. Another thing you see a lot of people like to add to their navigation bars are these drop-down menus, where you have different options, but some of the options have sub-options to them. If you want to use drop-down menus, it's very important for you to remember to link to the Bootstrap JavaScript files and include that link at the bottom of your code to jQuery. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we can do. The example on Bootstrap is called Pills with Dropdowns. I've made my own example, and we're going to look at it now. It's called Responsive Design Dropdowns. So I've taken the code that they've used in Bootstrap, and I've made it so that it just looks a little bit more complete. I added in some regular links next to our drop-down link. Now, hopefully, when we go through, you would think that when I click on the drop-down, something should drop down, and it didn't. I do this on purpose because I really like to make the same mistakes that you guys possibly make. So first, I need to know, did I link to the Bootstrap JavaScript files? I can check up, and there's nothing there. I can check my settings, and I can see, yep, I forgot to add the Bootstrap files. Save. All right, I've saved it. I go down. It still doesn't work. What could be going on that where I'm linking to it, but my JavaScript or something dynamic isn't happening? This occurs a lot. So while I haven't actually forgotten it, as you may have, I did comment it out. I'm going to go back here and say, oh, I know there's this script I'm supposed to have down at the bottom, the one that links to jQuery. I'm going to save this now, and you can see that now the drop-down option works. Using Bootstrap is not meant to be difficult, but there are all these little tripping points. That's why I encourage people to add code slowly and incrementally and keep testing every few minutes to make sure that you're on the right path. The last class I'm going to talk to you about with respect to navigation right now is the navbar class. What it does is it kind of serves as a navigation header for either just that one part or your entire site. When you use navbar, the positioning is very important. You can have navbar static on the top, navbar fixed to the top, or navbar fixed to the bottom. And this is going to affect where your navbar is going to show up and how it interacts with the other elements. Let's take a quick look. What I have here is that I've wrapped up my typical nav with nav pills, and I've put it inside of a navbar class. I said, you know what, I want to use navbar, let's use the default values, and I want it to be navbar static top. This means put it at the top of the page, and as people scroll down, you can see pretty much nothing's going on as I scroll back and forth, right? That's how I want it to be. It's just always at the top. However, instead of being static, I can go in and I can change this to fixed. Before I could even hit save, I hope you notice that my content actually moved. I have changed the positioning of my navbar from static to fixed, and fixed is what I call the annoying pop-up ad version of positioning. It means it's on top, it's not going to move. So if I go back down to my screen now, you can see that it actually hides some of the other stuff that's there. I'm going to make my screen smaller. You can see I can kind of scroll up and down here, but it's impossible to see the things that are underneath the navbar. So when you use fixed, just be careful. The last option was to use bottom. And here, what I've done is I've simply moved my navbar from the top to the bottom. But many times with fixed content, this works out much better because it doesn't cover up other things and at least take away the ability to scroll up and down and see them. Back when you were learning HTML, hopefully you learned about semantic tags. Some tags are very generic, div, p, different things like that. Other tags have meaning. Nav tag is one of those. It helps convey the semantics that this is a navigation section of your page. Using a nav tag and a nav class are not the same. A nav class does not convey any semantics. So whenever possible, augment your Bootstrap by using that nav tag. You can really just put it right before, close it right underneath what you're doing with navigation. Another option is to use what's called an area attribute, where you can put role equals navigation, and it provides the same type of accessibility information that that nav tag will provide. So let's go back, look at that code that I've provided, add some tags, play with the code, see how you can get your own navigation bar to show up on the screen. Hi everybody. Let's talk about images. I think we've all been to places where you've been on a website, and particularly if it's not a professionally done site, some of the pictures are way too big or way too small, or sometimes you'll see that even just when people send you an email. My mom does this all the time. Hey, look at these pictures, and I'm trying to look at it and I've got to go scroll, 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 scroll because the image is just so big. Since so many web pages now are made up of images, it's really important for us to think about how we can make them responsive. And we're going to talk about two different approaches. One is to write your own code to do this, and the second is to use Bootstrap and some of the built-in Bootstrap classes. In your own code, it's not that hard to make your images responsive. You just want to use fluid measurements. If you set that width to 100%, that means it's going to naturally change as people resize the window. You can also add a little bit of an element to that, however. If you think someone's going to be looking at your page on an extra large screen, it's perfectly okay to add in an extra element called max width. This will say, you know what, I want this picture to grow with the screen size or show up full width of the screen size, unless we're in certain situations, in which case you still want it to be responsive, but you really want it to top off at 750 pixels. Maybe because you think the quality of the image will degrade, or you just don't want it to have so much emphasis. In the same way, you can also set a min width, where if the screen is very small, you don't necessarily want it to be proportional to the screen anymore. You really want it to be at least 200 pixels. When you go in and you start setting the width on images, you might be wondering if you should be setting the height as well. In general, you do not, because what's going to happen is it's going to skew. You can't get it exactly right. So usually you just set the height to auto or leave it alone. Many people really like to use the Bootstrap classes with their images. And that's because they provide a number of image classes, some of them really beyond the responsiveness that we normally talk about. So they do have an image responsive class. There's an image rounded, where it goes in and adds a little bit of border radius to give that image a slight curved look. You can also do image circle, where it'll take whatever image you want and only show the circular part. It completely cuts off those corners. And then another one you'll see quite a bit is image thumbnail. What this one will do is give your image the kind of look that is often associated with thumbnails. A little bit of a border, a small size. We'll take a look at those in just a second. But first, let's take a closer look at that image responsive class. What I've done here is I've taken a quick screenshot of what the inspect element says happens when the image responsive kicks in. And as you can see, we have display block, which simply means you can only have one at a time, the max width 100%, and the height auto. This is very similar to the code we were talking about if you wanted to put it in yourself. Let's look at those other classes as well. So what I have right here is a single image in CodePen. There are no classes applied. I went ahead and I put it inside a div, and I'm going to resize the screen a bit. As you can see, my dog stays there. He doesn't shrink, he doesn't do anything like that. So it would be possible for me to go in and do something along the lines of image with 75%. And what that means is it's going to take its width based on the width of its parent, that div. So if I resize again, you can see that the picture of bacon is actually changing. This is great. This is exactly the kind of responsive behavior that we want to see. Let's see how it works if we use Bootstrap instead. I'm going to go in and get rid of that. Now, one of the things I've done when I created this class, this file, is that I linked it to the Bootstrap CSS. So I've already done that step. So if you're writing this by hand, don't forget to link it in. Now, I can ignore the CSS part and just change the HTML to add different classes. We'll start with image responsive. When I do this one, you can see that now when I resize it, again, great responsive behavior. Let's see what those other kind of visual ones do for us. We can have image rounded, and it was probably barely perceptible to you, but you can have this little tiny curving right here, curved just a little bit. Let's go for image circle so you can really see when something happens. And as you can see, it really just cuts off parts of the picture so you can have that circle look. The last one I'm going to do, which we can actually add at the same time, actually, just do here, image thumbnail. Hit save. It probably is hard to tell on this screen, but a slight border came out along here around this picture. You can't see it. And there's a little bit of padding. And as we resize the screen, you can see it is still responsive. Okay? You can kind of, especially with that little red mark there, you can tell really well. Each one of these Bootstrap classes is really simple to implement, and the reason they're there is because it's something people do all the time. So why go to the hassle of writing your own code if somebody else has already done it? Well, we can see that there are reasons for doing that. Personally, I would have liked a much thicker border, so you all could have seen it. But in many cases, you're really happy with the defaults. Let's look at one more example. So let's go ahead and look at this example where I put together the thumbnail class along with some of our grid classes to give you an idea of how this would work. Up here, I have 7 pictures of my dog. I just spent some time berating myself because I couldn't add, but 7 pictures. I combine these with the thumbnail class to really have a kind of cool gallery effect. So let me start by showing you the code. It's really simple, kind of quick. Every single line says the same exact thing. It's simply, I give the name of the file, and then I have class column small 6. That means when I'm on a small screen, each picture should take up 6 columns. Column medium 4, each one should take up 4 columns, and column large 2, which means each one should take up 2 columns. So if you do the math, that means on a small screen, you should see 2 side by side. On a medium screen, you should see 3 side by side. And on a large screen, you should see 6 on each row. That's what was kind of messing me up. I was trying to figure out why this extra picture was off to the side. Well, I actually put it there because I wanted to show that there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so let's look at the small screen. Here we go. Well, now this is interesting because I'm looking at it and nowhere did I ever say that something should take up all 12 columns. I said it should be 6, 4, or 2. So I should always have at least 2 pictures next to each other. And the question is, why on this extra small screen is there only 1 picture of bacon staring at us? Well, the reason is Bootstrap is always mobile first. So it's always thinking about that extra small screen, even if you're not thinking about it. And by default, if you don't declare a rule for extra small, it's going to default for 12. So that's why on the extra small screen you get 1 dog, the small screen you get 2 in each row, then you go to 3, and then you pop over to 6. That's the way things are going on here. Have some fun with images. Images are always fun. People like to see your pictures. And it's always nice when you can have that extra little bit of style to them. So I hope you'll put your own pictures in, and you'll play with your own circle classes, rounded classes, and responsive classes. The important part is to get as much experience and practice as possible. Hi everybody. Today we're going to talk about tables. Many people use Bootstrap for styling their tables. I find that Bootstrap is very popular for both tables and navigation menus because it's really easy to go from something that's ugly to something that looks really professional, and it doesn't take much effort. However, using Bootstrap to make tables is an example of where you may apply many classes to a single element. When we write our own code, we tend to make classes that stand alone. I'm going to make this special class and it's going to style everything beautifully. In Bootstrap, instead, you need to layer multiple classes on top of each other to get a really specific look. The table class, the class just class equals table, it's the foundation. You need to have that class every time you style tables. So let's talk about that one. The simple table class, it just adds some padding and horizontal dividers. It doesn't sound like much, but I'm going to show you in a few minutes, and it's kind of impressive how quickly it transforms it. You can also use the class table striped in addition to the table class. This stripes your table with a kind of odd and even look. Every odd row has a little bit of color, every even row is just background transparent. You can also add borders to your table, where it'll add a border to the tables and the cells inside the table. We can also add a hover. This adds a hovering state, so as you move your mouse or whenever you access the different rows, it can change the look. It's also possible to have responsive tables. It actually sounds, I think, a little cooler than it is. How it works is that Bootstrap sets one breakpoint for responsive tables. By default, any table that's under 768 pixels, you can scroll back and forth. It doesn't try to squish the entire table into one little screen. You just kind of scroll. But anything over 768 pixels, well, then you're just going to get that default view. There's no default scrolling at the bottom. It's also possible to style some of the individual elements. Instead of the entire table, you can style a single cell, part of a row, or part of a header. Some of those classes include active, success, and info. You also have warning and danger. Since these are classes, I want to remind you that they do not have any semantics in it. A screen reader or anything like that, even someone searching for tags, isn't going to realize that you're trying to put a warning in there. It's just a class like any other class. So let's go ahead and look at an example. I really encourage you in this particular case to go on to CodePen and check out this Bootstrap Tables code from the responsive design section. So what I've done here is I've made a very simple table. I already went in and included the link to the Bootstrap style in CodePen. So now I'm just going to add some classes so you can see how it looks. When I add table class equals table, right away you can see, wow, that looks so much better. All right, you didn't have to add any of your own styling at all, and now it went from just a bunch of text to something that really does look like a table. I can add in table striped, and before I hit that D, I want you to look at the picture and then look again. You're going to want to look at the Ashtabula, the Fort Myers, the Tulsa. It's going to be very nuanced, but you'll be able to see that it does look a little bit different. It was actually Los Angeles and Tucson. They have a little slight bit of color to them, while before there weren't. How Bootstrap does this is it actually uses pseudo classes, and it does an odd, even type approach to figure out which ones should have color and which ones don't. I'm going to add the table bordered. And actually, it's just table. Yep, I always forget. I'm going to just be honest. I always forget whether it's table border or bordered. Apparently, it's bordered. And once we add that, you can see that it's added the lines in between. The last one I'm going to add right here is the table hover. When I save that one, again, it's a very gentle look. It's not something you see right away. But as I scroll between the different rows, there's a little bit of a hover styling effect. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the table responsive. It actually took me quite a bit of time to get this one to work, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. First, let's look at this table when I make the screen really small. Here we go. As I make it smaller and smaller, it's just going to shrink everything down. I mean, there's not really much I can do for it. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and just to make things a little bit more interesting, let's add a little bit more content. That way we can see, well, maybe it didn't need to be responsive. There we go. Now I have a much bigger page. So I'm going to save it, and I'm going to resize again. As you can see, it's just kind of squishing everything in smaller and smaller. Eventually, my browser gets a scroll bar at the bottom, but it's the entire browser, not just the table. So let's go back and make this bigger. If you add table responsive right here, if you do what I did, and you save it, and you make it smaller, still nothing happened. That's because if you want to use table responsive, you need to put this class on the parent container. All right, so I'm going to go here. So I'm going to add the class equals responsive, table responsive, to the div class. I'm going to save it. And now when I resize it, at first it doesn't look very much different, but now if I actually go to the table, you can see it now has its very own little scroll bar that I can use to go back and forth. So it won't try to squish the elements too much. It'll still make them pretty small, but you can see that if there's other information underneath, it won't be spread out as much. So I can get that scroll right up to, I think I said about 768. So even here, it takes up all the space, I don't need it. But that responsive is just basically going to let people scroll. I'm going to get rid of some of this extra ugliness for just a second. Get it back to our old one. And then the last thing I was going to show you were some of those special classes that you can use on the elements themselves. So if I go into this row, I can add class equals success. It basically just turned it green. Nothing too important there. If I do class equals active, it's going to set it to, did I do that right? Oh yeah, you can't even see it. It's barely even colored, but it's there. You can also do danger, got your pink, and warning. Oops, that will not work. And in this one, again, you can see that it turns it a kind of yellowish color. I'm not a super big fan of some of these classes just because they're so nuanced and hard to even tell visually. I think it'd probably be best if you just wrote your own classes. But those first couple where you have the table striped, it's really great. If you want to have more impact with your style, it's perfectly fine if you write your own rules, or better yet, get into the habit of learning some of the Bootstrap classes and then overwriting certain elements of them with your own style. It's a great way to get practice with both responsive design, CSS, and just good coding skills. Hi everybody, welcome back to another Code with me. What I want to do today is take some code that you're really likely to find online, and that's the code for using Bootstrap to make a collapsible navigation menu. Let's take a look at what happens when we put it into CodePen. So what I have here is the HTML that's needed to make a really kind of cool collapsible navigation bar. It's the kind where it's regular when it's large screen, but when you make it small, you get this little like hamburger icon. Well, as you can see, this is not a good looking page yet. And it's not up to me to add the CSS because I'm trying to use Bootstrap classes. So I want to walk through with you the things that you would need to do in order to get this to work. Now, if you were using an editor such as Sublime or Atom, you would want to go in and actually edit the head of your document because you need to remember to link to the style sheets. When we use CodePen, we can just do this. Settings, CSS. Oh, you know what? I want to add Bootstrap, and I've got it. As soon as I do that, you can see like, oh, hey, this is a really much better looking navigation bar. I've got all the different components, and if you watch, as I resize it and make it smaller, we get this kind of collapsible menu. People tend to call this the hamburger because you have the 3 lines, although I'm sure they'll change the nickname at some point just to make me look old-fashioned. But this is the kind of look that we're going for. Where do these different parts come from? Well, if you look right here, you can see that I've got 3 classes called icon bar, icon bar, icon bar. That's where this little part is coming from. So now everything looks really great. The problem is, if I actually go to open it, nothing's happening. I'm clicking and clicking and nothing's going on. This is just another example of why code snippets can get you into trouble. What we want to do is we need to remember that most of the interactivity on a page is due to JavaScript. So let's go in and add that JavaScript code. All right, so I added the link to the JavaScript and I'm going to make it smaller. And again, the icon appears, but when I click on it, it's still just not working. Sometimes when you use CodePen, it's hard to know what kind of links are working and which ones aren't. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take this same code I was using on CodePen, but I'm going ahead and I just changed it to use an editor instead. So let's take a look at that code. Right here, I wrote the code on my own, and when I minimize it, it's the exact same code, you can see that the menu bar opens and closes naturally. What I really like about writing my own code sometimes instead of CodePen is that it's also much easier for me to use Inspect Element to look at what's really going on. So let's do that for a second. So I've resized it to full screen. I'm going to go ahead and show you the page source for just a second there. I know you can't see it. I'll post it online. The important thing to know is it's exactly the same code, and I remembered to include the links to Bootstrap, to Bootstrap, to jQuery, and the Bootstrap JavaScript as well. So I have those 3 files. What I'm really interested in, and what you should be really interested in, is what's going on with these individual lines of code. What do they mean? Because if you're going to use Bootstrap and you want the coolest things, you find that it can be a little overwhelming at times. So let's take a look. I'm going to start with the mobile view because I'm really curious how this showed up. Why is this here when it wasn't here before? So if I right-click and do Inspect, I'm going to get my second window over here. And it's really helpful because I can go in and I can say like, oh, there's this button that I want to look at. And right away you can see all the details. You can see the border color, the position, all the things that you're really kind of interested in. All right. But what I'm more interested in is how does it change when the screen gets bigger? So I'll go back over here, make the screen a little bit bigger. Oh, and look, right in that same general area, you can see that now it's display none, where before it used to have different parts to it. So this is my recommendation for you as you try to do advanced navigation bars using Bootstrap. 1, avoid using CodePen and try to use your own editor to kind of start from scratch. That gives you the power to quickly see if you're linking to all the style sheets and the JavaScript and the jQuery. Second, it's a lot easier to use Inspect Element to see which parts are working and which ones aren't. Go in and play with the code a little bit and figure out if you can change it so that your icon is 4 lines instead of 3, or 2 lines. It's playing with these little things that's going to help give you the practice you need to use Bootstrap or write your own code effectively. Hi everybody. Many times if you're talking to people who do web design, you've got the people who think, I hate Bootstrap, and other people are like, I love Bootstrap. Why is Bootstrap so popular and, to be honest, so hated at the same time? I think one of the key reasons is because there are so many free templates out there for us to use. So if someone hands you a bunch of code, you're going to say, thank you, and probably use it. But that also tends to infuriate some people who really believe that every website should be unique and original. Let's go ahead and talk about some of those free templates that I'm talking about, because if it sounds really good to you, I want to get you in the right direction. This first link comes from getbootstrap.com. These are just the ones that provide you when you first get started. These other two, bootstrap0.com and startbootstrap.com, these are just ones I found either through word of mouth or through a search engine. Let's take a look. So here I am at the getbootstrap.com kind of default page where you can find out where to download and where to get the different links and things like that. What I'm going to show you is that if I quickly scroll down, not only will they give you a basic template for where you can start your pages with a simple hello world, they also include a lot of different examples of other templates. So you could click in and say, you know what? I want this template right here. I want my site to look like this one right here. Or, oh, I really like the look of this one. And you can use it to build very basic templates. Again, nothing too fancy because the assumption is that you're here to learn more than to use as your professional site. If you want to go a couple steps up, let's go ahead and take a look at this next option. So here I am at bootstrap0.com, and you can see that again, they're listing a bunch of free Bootstrap themes. They tend to go in these general ideas of, do you want it to be a landing zone? Do you want it to have kind of a dashboard look? You can pick. So if I clicked on this landing zone theme, I'm going to go right here, then what you get is a much more detailed description of what kind of things you can have. It mentions that it's built for laptop and mobile view, as well as different views. It can talk about different things that you use, different keywords. Oh, we use Bootstrap and the grid, and we use a form, and we have a video background. But what you probably really care about at this point is, what does it look like? So let's hit this preview button right down here. And quickly, you can see what the page would look like on the different platforms. I'm going to resize the screen, and you go a little bit further down, and oh, they have that kind of drop-down menu here, still have the video. They talk about the reflexive layouts. So this is great and all, but what do you do with it if you really like it? What you do is they always offer this download option right here. And you can download the code and then start playing with it yourself. The same is true if you go to Start Bootstrap, where you can get other themes and templates. Again, it's open source, which means it's absolutely free and you can use it. You don't need to pay them, you don't need to do anything special. People like to help others, and not only that, they like the idea of people using their code. If you can kind of mention it in your comments, give them a thumbs up, it's going to help them become better programmers. So again, they break it down in different ideas. Do you want a blog page? Hey, let's go ahead and preview and download that one. Each one of these elements are going to have things that you really like about them, but they might have some things that you don't like about them as well. So how do we use them? I mentioned that one of the things you can do is you can just download the code. But before you go across and you go, oh, that one's awesome, I really like the look of that page, you need to decide if the template is really going to support your content. Go back, say, what are the important parts of my page? What is it I want to emphasize? You don't necessarily want a streaming cool video in the background if it doesn't fit your content. That's when you download the code. Find that template that's going to work really well for you. Download that code, and then you will need to modify the HTML. You'll go in, every place they have the stuff about themselves, you're going to replace it with the content you want to display. This is why it's so important to understand at least some HTML and some CSS, even though there's free software out there. If you don't have that basic understanding, you're really left at the mercy of other people. When you know a little bit, it can really help you make huge changes in the templates. The last thing you're going to do after you add your components, or to be honest, maybe even before, these two kind of you can switch back and forth, is that you might want to add or remove different components of the page. So if they have, like I said, a video, and you have no use for videos, that's okay. Just take it out of the HTML. You can also take it out of the CSS if you really want to kind of improve performance. If they use the kind of layout where it's 3 columns and you only want 2, that's okay. You can go in and just remove the parts you don't want. If you're feeling really powerful, you can also go in and add parts that you do want. So using Bootstrap is really that easy. Even if you don't understand HTML or CSS, or you understand JavaScript, but you hate it so much, it's still possible for you to create a really great looking site using Bootstrap or really any other template at all. The thing is, I think if you can use them but make changes because you know a little bit about these things, your site not only is going to look so much better, but you can be really proud of knowing that you had a hand in creating something so great. Hi everybody. This morning I was actually ready to tape and my interviewer didn't show up, but luckily I ran into one of my old students, Mike Wojan, in the hallway, and he's agreed to talk with me this morning about some of the things that he learned in my class, as well as some of the things that he wished he had learned. So good morning, Mike, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I literally work across the hallway. It was funny running into you this morning. I'm happy to come chat with you.
Great. So I wanted to just catch up a little bit. I know you've had a few jobs since you graduated. I was really curious about that first job, that kind of first job when you leave school and you have some knowledge but not a lot of experience. So what did you do when you first graduated?
Sure. So when I graduated, I found a job as a user experience analyst for the information technology services for U of M. And over there, I was working on websites and mobile apps, trying to make them easier to use for their main user base on campus.
Okay, that sounds great. Pretty much what you were studying for, so yep. That's unusual and wonderful. I was curious, and I want you to be honest here. Your teachers can't teach you everything. So I mentioned in web design in my lectures that you can follow along, but you don't really learn anything until you get your hands dirty. So I was curious if there were things I didn't talk about, because I know you took the class 3 or 4 years ago and things have changed since then. But, when you got out there in the real world, what are things that you had to learn on your own?
Sure. So I think what we learned in your class was how to write HTML and CSS and kind of design really well, but sort of in a vacuum. And so learning how to apply those same skills in the real world was kind of a challenge. So starting out for ITS, I realized I had to work on some systems that were pretty foreign to me, like content management systems. Since they work on these websites that impact so many users, they need something on the back end to help manage the code. So learning that was tricky, but at the end of the day, I realized that the stuff going on inside that system, like the HTML and CSS that I was writing, were the same things that I learned in your class. So it wasn't too bad of a transition. Other things like accessibility are very important, especially for the University of Michigan and its users. So learning about accessibility and how to take this HTML that I was writing, the semantic code, and take it to the next level that makes it accessible by all of my users was a very interesting experience.
Yeah, I think you took my class back before I was teaching HTML5, and so we didn't have a lot of those semantic tags. I didn't know if now you're using header and footer and nav and just some of the other tags we didn't have back then. So that makes me feel better that we're incorporating those now. Mm-hmm. Do you still have a personal portfolio?
Absolutely, yep. So my website as it exists today is actually just an iteration of what I built for your class for that final project. So that was really cool to have a foundation to work on and kind of turn my website into more of a portfolio showcase of the types of things I do in the industry now. And that came in especially handy when I applied for this new job because I was able to share some of my work with them before meeting them in person.
That's good. So do you code much? Is that what you're doing? Are you still coding, or are you doing, other things with people? You let other people do the code and you're managerial. I'm really curious what you do when you leave. So
so I'm still coding a little bit. I still think it's a lot of fun, and it's really important to be able to have that background in programming so I can speak the same language as the developers that I work with every day. Mainly when I'm doing development work, it's just for kind of rapid prototyping things. I do have full-time developers that I work with that do the heavy lifting when it comes to the coding behind the scenes. But I'm out on campus primarily, sitting down with my users and figuring out these, what they need from these systems that we're providing them. And then being able to come back to the office, take that feedback that I got from those users and translate it into things that the developers can work on. That's kind of that happy middle ground.
Okay. So you have a new job, though, right? Because like I mentioned, I just ran into you in the hallway, hadn't seen you around. What are you doing now?
Yeah, so my first job out of school, I was a user experience analyst. Okay. Now I'm a user experience designer. And the main difference there is working for this new department, the Digital Innovation Greenhouse. I'm working on tools that are much more flexible and agile, and we're working on them iteratively. So I'm able to go out to campus, get this feedback, and write cards for my developers to work on, and we can implement things quickly, gather feedback on it, and iterate on those changes. So I'm doing much more design work now, so I'm kind of picking up a lot of the visual design, the graphic design, trying to figure out which color palettes and typography and iconography works for the systems that we provide, and I think that's a new, interesting challenge for me.
That's great. It kind of brings up something that I hear a lot when we hear about, why are so many developers, men, which they are, and one of the reasons people give is, I don't want to do tech because I want to be out helping people. I want to be doing things with people. But we talked because you originally were a computer science major, correct? And you moved away. Do you feel that you get to interact with people and are you just doing tech, or do you feel you're doing more?
Oh, absolutely. I still do the tech stuff. I still consider myself a very technical person, but my main passion is working with people. And I think the reason I transitioned into the informatics major from the CS was because I still wanted to work with the human element. And I'm most passionate about helping people solve problems with technology. And so I felt that when I was just programming full-time, I really wasn't able to interact with the users like I knew that I should. And so there is some middle ground between those two fields, and I think that it's really important to be able to know what's going on behind the scenes with the code when I'm sitting across from users, because when they give me feedback, I might know what's actually capable, kind of in the back of my head, or what we're capable of doing, what's possible, because I understand our code base. But I don't necessarily need to be heads down programming all the time, because we've got people that do that full time.
Because who wants to be heads down programming all the time? There's times in life, but not forever for me.
Yep.
Well, that's great. I mean, this is what I was kind of hoping for. Is I'm this face on the screen that have been lecturing to everybody, and it's different when you go out there in the real world. And I don't know if you were nervous about that first job. I found that I was, I'd done well in school, but that didn't necessarily mean I knew everything. And I like to encourage people to know that when they're in tech, they're never going to know everything. But it's these basic building blocks you talked about.
Of course, yep. It was definitely a learning curve starting that first job after school, but I just had to go in confident that, I had that background that I got from classes like yours, and I had the skill set. And really, after a couple months of settling into that new job, I felt like I really found a place for myself, improved myself, and you just got to take what you learned in school and start applying it and figure out how you need to tweak those skill sets to fit into different types of working environments. And it's really not as bad as it sounds.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I do want to thank Mike for this kind of last-minute interview. I hope you found it useful, and I hope it's going to inspire you to realize that whether you want to get deeply into tech or just really at a surface level, it can help you accomplish any type of job that you're going to go into. So thank you. Good morning, everybody. Apparently, I'm starting a new series called Hijacking My Students in the Hallway, because I've just run into another student, Heidi Wong. And what I did is I noticed that she was working on some wireframes. So this is a great opportunity to, again, talk about some of the real-world applications of the things that you're learning in this class. So good morning, Heidi.
Good morning.
Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. So you were in my class last semester, correct? Yes. And one of the things I did as an assignment was ask everybody to sketch out their website before we started designing. What did you think was the importance of that assignment when you actually did it, and how much do you think your sketch really reflected what your final project looked like?
Well, I thought sketching was actually really helpful in sort of imagining the kind of experience I wanted like viewers to have on my website, because at that point, I mean, it was very early in the semester, so I didn't really know how to do very much as far as coding went, but I could sketch, right? Like, you know, it's pretty simple to kind of think through how the front page would look and, you know, how the elements would be organized. So it was helpful to kind of just like lay that down on paper and then kind of ask the questions and kind of talk to people about how you would actually implement it in code.
All right. I have to say, I'm very impressed because when you say, oh, I can sketch, not a problem. Ask me to sketch something, and I feel like I want to vomit. All right, for me, I'm a coder. I can create things, but that initial idea of drawing things out, it was paralyzing to me. So it's great to hear. I love to hear that that's what some people's strengths are, and I love that the people whose strengths complement mine are out there doing the things that I'm not that great at. So one of the things I just wanted to mention is I saw that you had these wire frames in front of you, and just how often do you use them in this job?
Pretty frequently, actually. So this is a new project I just got put on. It's called Policymaker, and it's basically this new tool they're designing for a professor at the School of Public Policy, and it's supposed to allow her to kind of facilitate. So every year, the Ford School does this list in-class and simulation exercise, and currently they use C tools to kind of facilitate everything, and it's not really cut out for that kind of thing. It's sort of 3-day simulation where there's a lot of kind of communication and collaboration happening. And so they want to design this new tool that allow her to kind of facilitate that process and also allow the students to kind of more easily communicate and collaborate with one another. And I think, you know, when they introduced me to this project, I was like having a really hard time imagining everything that was happening because I have not participated in this process before. And so they kind of listed out all these tasks they wanted to accomplish, and I just like was not really getting it. So this was sort of a way for me to draw out the different tasks that would need to get accomplished. So like for me, like this is more of like a kind of putting myself in like their shoes and like imagining the different tasks they'd want to accomplish within the simulation exercise, and kind of just thinking through their journey through that experience. So then I had something on paper, and I was able to kind of show it to, you know, my boss and be like, does this look like the right sort of experience that you'd want this tool to accomplish? And then they can show it to the professor, and then we can kind of just like start that conversation.
Okay. So you have a page there. How many, for a project, do you have any certain feeling of, like, how many sketches do you end up with?
Not really. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm especially seasoned wireframer either. So, like, you know, this is one of the first projects where I've actually, like, started with the wireframes as a sort of thinking process.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have a sort of definitive answer to that. But I guess for me, like, I really like working through, like, a very iterative process where I'm kind of just like constantly drawing and showing it to people, and if it's like not right, then I can just scrap it and go to the next one. Because like that's one thing I sort of learned when I like started learning about how to prototype and wireframe is that like you don't want to have anything be too precious, you know. That's
a great idea, and I assume by that you mean I talk about it's so much better to draw it out by hand because you're willing to accept those changes while,
right,
you know, you want to be flexible.
Right. And they're very abstract too, right? Like, you know, I draw like a couple of boxes and they're not meant to be like, this is exactly how it looks. It's sort of like, here's the overall idea. Does this look right? If it does, then I can sort of move forward and like refine that further.
And so I'm curious, just because it seems you're really into the graphical, you know, the drawing part of the sketching out. Are any of the HTML tags kind of in your brain as you're doing it? Or are you really just looking at it as separate parts?
That's
Be honest, it's okay.
I mean, I think it was helpful. Like, it's helpful to definitely know how HTML works. So I feel like it's always sort of constantly in the back of my head now. But I wouldn't say it necessarily, like, informs how I think about the experience.
Which is really great, actually, because if you're thinking about users, you should be thinking about users, not about code.
Right.
All right, well then one last question for you, just because, you know, I'm kind of curious. When actually it's not even a question, it's a statement, change it to that. When you did your sketch for the class, were you thinking about interaction or were you thinking about layout?
I think I was just thinking about layout, actually, because I think for me, at that point, I wasn't sure the sort of scope of interactions that were even, like, doable. You know, I think I have a much better grasp of it now. But like at that point, I hadn't even like seen enough to know what was like possible. Like I didn't know like if something was like a jQuery thing or a JavaScript thing or whatever. So I think I was just thinking of layout at that point.
And I think that's a really important idea, because when you're first beginning, when you don't know much yet, you do what you can. And I think layout is what we focus on. And I'm just really glad to hear that, you know, you've experienced this idea that wireframes are not just about layout. It's also really about that experience.
Right.
So thank you again for stopping and talking to us and sharing some of your work. Again, I'd just like to remind everyone that I really enjoy the fact when I see students, and I am fine if they are not doing anything at all that I taught them, because what I'm really proud of the fact is that they're following what they enjoy and they're using tech in their own ways to interact with people. So good luck. I hope you enjoyed this interview. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to talk responsive design with Heather Newman from the University of Michigan. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
Good, thanks. Let's go ahead and just jump right to it. What is your role at the University of Michigan?
I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications for the School of Information, which is one of the 19 schools and colleges at the university. So I oversee all of the school's public relations. I oversee all of its marketing. I oversee all of its communications, mostly for external audiences, folks outside the university, and I oversee all of the websites and design.
Okay, well, I'm tired just listening to everything you do. And I'm also a little bit in awe, because that sounds like it's a really big mix of both technical, non-technical, working with people, I assume a lot of independent work as well. Have you always been part of the tech field?
I started in technology as a kid, right? Like many of our students, I had a personal computer at home from age 10. I was online from age 12. But actually, much of my career has been focused on tech. So before I was in marketing and communications, I was a journalist. So I spent 20 years covering, and still do, for some outlets, cover technology and video games. And so that's been a large focus for me throughout my working career.
Okay. Well, let's talk specifically about the web page and the different things you do. When did responsive design or responsiveness and all these different platforms hit your radar as something that you needed to make sure that the UM site was on top of?
Really, from day one. So when I first started at the School of Information and the websites became sort of part of my purview, it was pretty obvious that the site that we had at the time had not been designed to be friendly with mobile devices. And yet our students, who are fairly advanced, much like the students for this course, I suspect, were already at that point carrying around smartphones. They were already using tablets, which are classified as mobile devices frequently for websites, and certainly were at that point in time. So the experience that they were getting if they tried to look at our site at that point, or any of our sites really, was not optimal. They were seeing sort of the big website shrunk down to a little tiny screen, and the outcome was that folks had a very difficult time using the site, and they would frequently abandon it as mobile visitors.
Oh, okay. So what was your approach? I mean, I've talked in the class about some of the different ways people can try to design from scratch, or use different sites for mobile versus a single site with different style sheets. How did you go about approaching your response?
Well, back in 2011, we initially approached setting up an entirely separate mobile site. It would still draw from some of the information and some of the articles that we had posted on the main site, but it would be structured entirely differently, sort of one of those M.dot addresses, right? So that people who came in on what we identified as a mobile platform would see that separate site that was tailored specifically for users of that platform. And the reason why we chose to do it at that point in time was that Google would give preferential search results to people who had specific mobile websites or mobile versions of their websites. So if you had somebody who was searching for you on Google and you had an M.dot style website, that would pull up higher up in the search results than if you had a normal website that had a more responsive design. Google's gotten a lot more sophisticated since then, so that's no longer an issue. And what we discovered was that it was incredibly difficult to try and feed a good amount of information into a mobile website without confusing or frustrating people who knew that information was available on the desktop site, but either couldn't get to it in the same way, or they couldn't see everything that they could on the desktop site. And there was no good way for us to signpost to say, this is the point where you really need to go to the desktop to see what you're going to see. So we actually abandoned those plans even before fully implementing the site.
Okay, that must have been painful. I know that
yes.
as a programmer, I like the students to know that sometimes you just have to chuck out everything you've done so far, and it can be really painful for people to do that. And it's great to hear that that's not a failure. That's just web design. That's just technology is going back and doing it again. So now you use a more sophisticated approach, but still after you rolled out the latest site, are there things that ever surprise you now or surprised you when you had these sites up?
Well, and we have a series of sites, right? We have the main site for the school, but we also have sub-sites that address some of our specific programs, especially those that are shared with other schools and colleges on campus. So we've had the opportunity to kind of redesign with mobile in mind in a number of places, and it continually surprises me what people want to do. So as a school at the university, for example, you can start your application for the university via our website, and it stuns me every year to discover how many students want to begin their application to grad school using their phones. Knowing that I'm probably not going to write my essay on my phone, right? But I want to be able to start my application and in a way that is easy for me to begin. So at least I can get a sense of, these are the things that are going to be required to apply. These are the things that I can start to ruminate about. Do I need to include this in my position statement or my essay? And so we needed to support that as part of our mobile approach. And at this point, all of our websites, I believe, are mobile first in the sense that our students, large percentages of our students and prospective students come in using mobile platforms, whether they're smaller form factor tablets or whether they're just smartphones. But in either case, that's the form factor that we design for now. And the desktop is, I guess, an additional version that expands on that.
Okay, great. So these are exactly the kind of things that I love to hear about because it's so different when you're out there in the real world and you're developing these things and you're dealing with failure. One of the things I always hear from prospective employees is teach the students how to fail. And I was like, I can't. There are teacher evaluations. So I guess my question for you, probably my final question right now is, I know that you hire a lot of developers, and not just developers, but other people who you expect to have some level of technology knowledge or, understanding of HTML. For people who are not computer science majors, people who are not necessarily coming in with a degree that's, in, design or technology specifically, what kind of things do you look for, just across the board, for when you're hiring people to work as part of your group? Really new people, kind of that first entry-level job.
I think that a lot of, especially for that kind of entry-level position, what you're looking for is folks who have taken an initiative to learn things on their own, right? Because they're not necessarily going to have the 20 years of job experience to build up progressively responsible positions, that relate to technology or to, the websites. But if they can demonstrate that they've had an interest for a while in a particular area, that they're reading articles, journal articles, news stories that relate to developments in the field, that they're doing things like this class, right, to kind of advance their own knowledge. It's an indication that they have an active interest and that they have the willingness to kind of consume information in that field. To be honest, web design changes on a daily basis, right? Every day there is something new that comes in. So having somebody who has a full suite of technical skills up front is great. But if that person can't adapt and can't change those skills as they move on, then, 10 years from now, you're going to end up with somebody who is a whiz at cold fusion programming, and can put together like the best site based on frames you've ever seen. But they're not going to be somebody that can adapt and roll with the new tech. So a lot of folks, when responsive design became such an important priority, for website design, a lot of people were used to designing for the desktop. They wanted everything to be pixel perfect. They wanted everything to look, exactly the same on every screen and, to be like infinitely customizable, right, and controllable. And some of those people had difficulty adapting. So the more you can prove to me that you have the ability to roll with those punches as they come, and the more that you can prove that you're excited about the idea of learning new things and applying them, the more likely I am to consider your application.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Heather. I appreciate all your input today. And I hope that you've also gained something from this, whether it's understanding that, yes, it's okay and expected to fail, or really that any little thing you can do to get yourself more engaged in tech is going to help you in all these different fields. So thank you very much. Hi everybody, let's talk about Bootstrap 4. In this class, I've been talking about Bootstrap 3. Those are the materials I covered in the slides, and that's where the classes came from. But now that Bootstrap 4 is available, does it matter? How will it affect you? Well, just so you know, when Bootstrap 3 came out, it completely killed Bootstrap 2.0. There were way too many incompatible changes, so if you wrote your site using Bootstrap 2 and you tried to convert or add Bootstrap 3 elements to it, it just didn't work, it died. Luckily for us, with Bootstrap 4, they worked much harder to make the two compatible. So what kind of changes are going on? To be honest, I can't be completely sure because they're still in beta. They're still developing it. But I can tell you that Bootstrap 4 will be faster. They've switched from a kind of language called Less to one called Sass that's just going to be faster at creating the things that you need. They're going to include a new grid tier. So we had our extra small, small, medium, and large. There's going to be something in addition, so it won't kill the other ones. There are going to be new customization options. If you remember, when you downloaded Bootstrap 3, there are all these different options you could add for things that you wanted to change. You can expect even more in Bootstrap 4. One other thing I just wanted to mention, because I know that we've talked about it a little bit, is that it's starting to use more fluid elements or fluid measurements. So it can use rem and em units where before it didn't use them. And hopefully, if you've been paying attention through this whole class, if you get involved in a conversation, you can nod and say, oh yeah, rem, em, good stuff, and actually kind of know what you're talking about. And that always feels good when you're hanging out with techie people. So if you're interested in learning more about Bootstrap 4, you can download the new code at this URL, v4alpha.getbootstrap.com. Whenever they're referring to software in alpha version, that means it hasn't been completely tested yet. So it's safe for you to download, but there's probably going to be bugs. The other thing you can do is you can kind of follow the blog as they talk about the different things they're adding or deleting from Bootstrap. What does it mean to you, though? I mean, you spent this time, you're familiar with Bootstrap 3, and that's actually still great. We wanted to learn on something that was tested, and we knew things were going to work out. And that is still where most of the templates are. If you go to download a free template, it will be built in Bootstrap 3. And so it's really nice to be familiar with those things you see in real life. If you're considering jumping into Bootstrap 4, I think this is a great idea if you really want to be a serious developer. It always helps to be on that cutting edge in web development and really anything techie. So I hope what I helped you understand was that learning Bootstrap 3 really useful, and you're going to be able to use it for a long time. Bootstrap 4 can only make things better, so if it's something you're interested in, go ahead. I myself am excited to see where it goes. Congratulations, everybody. I'm really glad that we had this chance to learn about responsive design. Responsive design is really a key component to any type of web development you're going to do today. It touches on user experience, graphical design, coding, every single element. And that's why I really like to keep it towards the end so people can get the most out of it. One other extra thing that I also mentioned that people are more excited about is that responsive design can also affect search engine optimization. If you do it right, people are going to be led to your page more and more. Also, I'm really glad we had the chance to learn how to use frameworks, such as Bootstrap. Learning how to do frameworks may seem like a cop-out sometimes because you're not writing your own code, but it couldn't be further from the truth. You're getting great experience understanding concepts. You get to use other people's classes, experience linking to other files. Believe me, debugging your code when you try to use other people's code is not a cop-out. It's a really great learning experience. So what next? What should you do once you finish this class? Well, you should continue to practice your skills. You now know HTML, CSS, hopefully you know some JavaScript, and you also know about responsive design. So you can go out there and use your code from others or from yourself to create different looks for pages that already exist. You can also go out and begin your own portfolio. You really have all the knowledge you need. So thank you for coming along with us, and I hope you enjoyed the class. Hi everybody, welcome to the Web Design for Everybody capstone. I'm really excited to have you join me, and I'm hoping that you're going to get a lot out of this project as we work together. So what is a capstone and how does this work? Well, the easiest way for me to explain it to you is that while the course is still structured, all the scaffolding that we used to have is gone. These past 4 classes, if you've been with me, I've been very specific about what you need to do for each assignment. But now's the chance for you to really decide what it is you want to learn, the type of things that you want to show off to your friends, families, and other peers. So how this works is that it's a 6-week-long capstone where each week has goals, but it's really up to you to decide how you're going to achieve those goals. And I'm going to talk about that in week 1 when we talk about the course logistics, the different things that you can look forward to. We're going to talk very specifically about the portfolio that you're going to design and create for this course. I also am excited to talk to you about the idea of portfolio options. One of the struggles that we've had in many courses is this idea of peer grading. It's hard to do peer grading when what you want to do is different from what other people want to do. So in this course, you're going to choose the option which works best for you. I'll also talk briefly about the portfolio rubric in week 1, because it's always nice when you get started to have very specific goals that you want to achieve. In week 2, you're going to jump in and start to formalize your topic. As I said, I'm going to refer to the word portfolio quite a bit, but it doesn't need to be a portfolio in the regular sense of, hey, this is all about me. It can really be about anything you want. So you'll come up with your topic, and then you'll create a wireframe to kind of show the rest of us what your end product is going to look like. You'll also complete a very quick peer review to kind of give feedback to your other classmates on how you think their wireframe does as far as displaying their kind of hopes with their web page. With week 3, hopefully by now you've already started coding, but if you haven't, you're going to. There won't really be traditional lectures during this course. Instead, I'm going to provide optional lectures that will help you learn how to use some of the tools that are out there that can support your development. I'll also try to include some, not necessarily inspirational, but ideas for things that you can add to your portfolio to make it look a little different. So I'm hoping in week 3, people will really be able to pick and choose the topics that really apply to their portfolio. Week 4, I just want you to keep coding. I want you to keep working on your site, fixing those little things, trying something new. I will also include some optional lectures on hosting or how to get your site out on the web if when you're done, you want to share it with a wider audience. With week 5, we're going to do something a little bit unique, hopefully. You're going to submit your homework, your final portfolio in week 5, but as an optional peer review. My hope is that this will give you an opportunity to get feedback before the final submission, because really in this class, it's always been about you learning something, empowering yourself. I don't want it to be about, oh no, am I going to pass the peer review? So I'll include again some optional videos for you about validation, but the real goal for week 5 is going to be to complete as much as possible of your portfolio as you can. Finally, week 6 will hopefully be a breeze for you. If you submitted the optional week 5 assignment, you can review the feedback from your peers, make any changes as necessary, and then submit the final presentation of your work. Something we'll be doing in the capstone is offering live office hours online. The point of the office hours is so that I can help you with issues you're having right now. While my hope is that my pre-taped lectures will be helpful, there's no way I can foresee exactly the kind of issues you may be having. So this will be a way for you to contact me and me to give you almost instantaneous feedback. I'll take questions live, but just in case people can't make it, I'll also have a place or a discussion prompt where you can post your questions beforehand. Students can upvote the questions, and I'll try to answer as many as possible. All of the office hours will be recorded and posted afterwards so people can still access the information. So my goal for the whole Web Design for Everybody specialization was for people to learn something in a very non-stressful way. I wanted people to come in, find out that they can do a little bit more than they thought in technology, and feel good about themselves when they're done. So this capstone is not intended to be some great punishment and a way to weed people out. Instead, the capstone is here so that you can review those concepts that maybe you didn't quite get the first time around. I want to provide a safe place for you to try new things and mess up and try again and maybe get them the second or third time, or maybe just decide in the end you didn't really need that in your portfolio at all. I also really want you to celebrate what you have already learned. It's going to be a really interesting next few weeks because we have people coming from all different backgrounds, and I want everyone, the beginners, the web developers, the people who have some experience, some who have none, to all feel that they've achieved something really great by the end of this capstone. Thanks. Hi everybody. Right away, I want you to start thinking about what you want your portfolio to look like. And not just what you want it to look like, but how you want to create it. You are going to self-select and decide which of the portfolio options you want to complete. The three ideas that I've kind of grouped it into is 1, coding from scratch, 2, modifying an existing template, or 3, using some sort of framework such as Bootstrap to augment your code. So first, let's talk about coding from scratch. This is what you've been doing all along in the Web Design for Everybody courses. We've been really focusing on writing kind of clean and simple HTML code and CSS code. We can get a little fancy adding JavaScript and maybe putting in some different responsive designs, but we've been really careful about making sure that you understand every single line of code that you've written. Maybe some of you have already been building your own portfolio as you've been taking the courses. I think this is a really great option that many students are going to take. Now, you can still incorporate some popular plugins or embedded code, add a few things that you don't necessarily completely understand, but you know enough how to put it in. Let's just take a quick look at the final project from CSS3 to get kind of an idea of what your site might look like. You remember good old Ultimate Frisbee. We had our page, our site. It had 1, 2, 3, 4 different pages on it, but it was all about Ultimate Frisbee, and it used my pictures, and I was really very specific about how I wanted you to style certain things. No more. I want you to take all the things that we've been learning and go ahead and make your own decisions about content and style. And if the code is still clean and simple, I couldn't be happier about it. The next option might be a good fit for students who want to kind of move away from writing that really basic code. You might want to find a template out on the web and modify the contents so that it has the type of content that you want, but it still adheres to the standards that we've been talking about all the way through. So let me show you a quick example of how I've used templates to make a website myself. So when I decided that I wanted to use a template, I went online and I found something I liked. I thought, hey, this is a pretty good layout for what I need to do for a school site. Not everything was exactly how I wanted it, but I really liked the layout, the kind of clean look, and some of the JavaScript they had where they made things kind of bouncy, I'll call it. So using their code, I went and created another site that is very similar. What I did is I basically took how they did their navigation menu. I really liked that. I went through and I said, oh, I kind of like the two different sections side by side. That's really great too. However, I didn't want everything to look exactly the same. So I did have to go in and remove some of the content that I didn't like. But I kind of went back and forth and said, I like this, I don't like that. It was fun because it let me use other people's code, but really gave it the look that I wanted to do. Now, the first thing some people might think right away is, wait a second, she's not doing anything, that's cheating, she didn't write her own code. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. In the real world, if you're going to be writing web code, it's very unlikely that you're going to write everything from scratch. You're going to go out and you're going to find other code and you're going to want to use it. And before you think that that's taking the easy way out, let me warn you right away that using other people's code can be very difficult because you can't be sure that they did all the things that you would do to make sure it's accessible, validated code. So don't discount this option until you've tried it. Your third option is to use a framework. In the responsive design course, we talked briefly about Bootstrap and how you could use that to kind of make responsive design a built-in feature of your site. Well, Bootstrap isn't the only option out there, and so some people might be interested in going out and looking at frameworks, using Bootstrap, using something else, and then augmenting their code with it. Let's take a look at my site. If you look right here, many people would be able to tell right away that this is a Bootstrap site, just because that has that kind of familiar look and feel of the navigation bar and that big jumbotron at the bottom. But the majority of the code is my own. I just thought, hey, I'm going to steal the carousel that they're using, and I'm going to steal their nice responsive navigation bar. If you notice, I kind of drop back and down. So using a framework is a really valid option. It lets you have your own creative, built from scratch content, but it combines it with that built-in structure that someone else has written and debugged code for you. Again, I can't stress enough that using other people's code doesn't always make your life easier. It's really hard to debug code that you don't understand because not everyone takes the time to make sure all the little pieces are there. I'm hoping that you'll take some time this week, think about what you want to accomplish in this capstone. Do you really have an interest in using frameworks? Is there something out there that you've seen that you want to utilize? Maybe there's a template at work already that you want to kind of, we'll call it steal, borrow, anything you want to, the best way to term it, and you want to change it for something specific to you. Or maybe you really enjoy coding from scratch. Each option is really valid, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to use them to create something that you can be proud of. Hi everybody, let's talk about validation. I know that it's really easy to get caught up in your coding and just adding new content, adding new cool features, or adding a little bit new CSS. But it's going to make your life much easier if you can consistently validate your code as you're writing it. Now, of course, there's a really good chance you're not going to follow this advice because a lot of us ignore it. So in this lecture, I want to talk to you today about how you should validate your code if you've added a big chunk and you're unsure where to get started. So the validator that I'm talking about is the validator at validator.w3.org. This is the validator we've been using pretty much since we started our HTML course. But before we get too far along, I did want to mention that this is just one of many of the tools that W3 provides to help you check your code. Let's take a look at a few of them. We have the traditional validator at w3.org, but we also have an entire suite of validator tools. So we have the HTML checker. You can have a mobile checker that kind of checks to see if your code is mobile friendly. There's a CSS validator, a link checker, even an internationalization checker. So there are a lot of different tools out there that you can use. And the reason that I bring this up is that one of the key elements of your portfolio is finding 1 to 4 cool things that you're interested in. So this might be something that people are really into: validation, semantics, making sure things really check off on a checklist. You might be interested in exploring some of these other tools and using them on your page. But first, let's get back to the traditional W3 validator. So you're going to have 3 different options. One is that you can upload a URL to validate a site. This option is only going to be available for those of you who actually host your site and have your own domain and URL. The next option, which most people tend to do, is by file upload. As you write your HTML file and you have a complete HTML file, that doesn't mean a finished page, it just means you've started and ended all the tags that you have so far. You can just upload the file and have it run through it. The third option is by direct input. This is when, instead of validating an entire file, you want to validate the actual source code, the HTML code itself. This sometimes is helpful when you want to edit as you check, because you can edit by, or you can validate by direct input, and then go in and change just a few words and validate again, rather than validating, opening your file, changing it, saving it, etc. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example validation. So what I have over here with my code is just a page with a bunch of stuff in it. I've just dumped a bunch of things that I can think of. I have JavaScript and images and calendars. I just wanted to test a bunch of stuff at the same time. And then here's the page. You can see that it does load, even though there may be errors, someone looking at the page might not know it. So let's go ahead and validate. I have my option of validating by URL. Well, since I haven't hosted this page, that's not actually an option for me. So instead, I can validate by file upload or validate by direct input. This first time, I'll just go ahead and do validate by file upload. Find my code and put it in. All right. Right away, you're going to see that I've definitely generated some errors. I have a few things here. I'm going to bring it right to the center and make this a lot bigger so we can all follow along together. First off, you can see that for both of my images, I forgot to include an alt attribute. W3 is taking this much more seriously than it used to in the past, where this was just a warning. But now it's really saying your code's not going to validate if you don't include alternative text. Now I have a few additional things where my code is complaining because of some other code that I've put in from Google Calendar. Whenever you see something is obsolete and they say use CSS instead, this means, hey, you're using some code, it works, but this isn't a good way to do it. You should not be inputting your HTML and your style together. That style should really go into your style sheet. So these first 4 are pretty easy to fix. The next one, though, is when you realize, I haven't been paying attention. Whenever you see something that said you saw an end tag after body had been closed or stray end tag div, this just means you didn't line things up correctly. So I'm going to go back over here for a second and just fix my alt tags here. Alt equals pick 1 and alt equals pick 2. So last time I had 6 errors. Let's try this again. Check it. And now I'm down to 4. So that's what validating is about. It's about fixing one error at a time, revalidating, checking again. Now, before we're done, I do want to mention this. If you look at my code, you can see that I have used a style attribute inside my image tag. This isn't good. I shouldn't be doing this. And the validator didn't pick it up. This is why you need to go above and beyond what the validator says. W3 isn't enough. You're also going to want to do things with Wave, with WebAIM, and just in general, check your code by eye as well. But hopefully now you'll get into the habit of coding, validating, and just getting into the rhythm. Good luck. Hi everybody. As you validate your pages, it's important to remember that syntax isn't enough. It's not okay if all your tags open and close and you consider yourself done. You need to remember that accessibility is more than the syntax. It's the semantics of what's going on with those tags, what they mean, what they're letting users know. So let's talk about using the Wave tool from WebAIM in order to validate your page. Wave is located at wave.webaim.org. And we're going to run through an example, but before we get too far, I do want to warn you that Wave can only be used on deployed sites, or those sites that you've put up on the web. So when I go through this example, you may not be able to work through it with your own code, but we'll go ahead and talk about different tools you can use if that's the case. So let's try to use that same example I had before, where I had that file just basically with everything but the kitchen sink in it, where I've got the pictures and the calendars and things like that. If I go to the Wave tool, you can see that it says, hey, enter the web page address of the site you want to test. There's no direct input, there's no file upload, which means there's no way for me to test this file. So instead, I'm going to use a different example just so you can see how Wave does work. The site that I'm going to test is umsi.umich.edu. And I picked this site just because I know that there are going to be a lot of errors here. They've gone in on a site that looks really good, and I do know that they've put a lot of effort into as far as being accessible. There are 76 errors on this page and 67 alerts. Now, at first, it might not be easy to figure out how do I see what those errors are or what those alerts are. It took me a little time to figure it out as well. But eventually I realized if you move off to the side, there's a flag icon that turns red as you hover over it. And when I click on that, it'll actually show you what each of the errors are. And right away, I find out that 67 of those 76 errors are actually missing alternative text, which is not surprising because a lot of sites use tools to automatically upload images to their site, and a lot of these tools don't have a place for you to include that alt text. So that's what's going on mainly with this site, is the missing alt text. But if I keep scrolling down, I can see that there are also such things as empty links. This happens quite a bit when people want some sort of decorative link, but it doesn't actually have any content to it. Also, you can see that there are 67 alerts. Now, alerts mean as a tool, Wave thinks there might be something going on, but it can't be exactly sure. So they notice things such as suspicious alternative text or suspicious link text. What they mean by suspicious is not that it's lurking around somewhere, but rather that text may not really be taken in context without being able to see the visual images or the links that go with it. They also have quite a bit of redundant title text, which means if somebody was using the screen reader, a lot of this stuff would be repeated over and over again. So the Wave does this nice job of showing you some of the top level errors very quickly. However, it can't catch everything. There's always a need for a human to kind of go over and look at it as well. One of the places that this is clear is if you go up again near the top, and you can see we can also click on a No Styles option. If you do that, you would actually basically see what the page would look like if you didn't have any style sheets at all. This means you'd see what it looks like to somebody who perhaps is colorblind, or to somebody who's using the screen reader, they would see what kind of text would be on there. So it's an interesting thing to look at your page and say, oh, is this really, organized well? It's much more an idea of checking for your content and flow. The last option is the contrast checker. And to be honest, I have never written a page that has fully passed the contrast checker. It's very strict. In addition, it doesn't take into account background images, just actual link color, background color, font color, and different things like that. But you can go in and get some type of feedback on whether or not it thinks your site's doing a good job. The most important thing to remember, though, is that, again, it's always going to take a human to kind of step in and do these extra steps. So this might bring us back to the idea of what do you do if your site isn't deployed? You're just kind of working locally and you haven't decided to make that jump to putting your page on the web. Well, WebAIM does offer additional resources, a kind of quick checklist. And these are the kind of things that you can do with your site, even if it's just on your computer. The kind of suggestions that they make if you decide to go on to this site would be to test with Wave, or if you can't do that, use a checklist. Go ahead and check your keyboard accessibility. Test your content scaling. Test with a screen reader. There are a lot of other things you can do, even if you can't get Wave to work for you. So I encourage you to go off, use this checklist, and see what kind of tests you can do on your site that you wouldn't have thought about otherwise. Again, I'd really like to encourage some people to use this as one of your extras on your portfolio. Take that extra time to make sure that your site is as accessible as it can be. Today, we're going to look at how I use developer tools to debug my code. Now, everybody uses a different browser or a different version of browsers, and each browser has their own unique developer tools. So while you and I might both be using Chrome, I might be using one thing, you might be using something else. And then someone using Firefox will be using something completely different. However, there are a lot of similarities. So let's go ahead and just go through an example of using Chrome with Inspect Element. I'm just going to go ahead and use some of the example code I've been using throughout this capstone. The difference is I'm going to take out that Google Calendar just to make it a little bit easier for us to work with. So in order to use Inspect Element, I have two options. One is that I can simply right-click and do Inspect. Now, I just learned a handy little tool the other day that if you're using a mouse that doesn't have a right-click button, you can hold down the Control, and then that way you can kind of simulate that you have a right button. So one option is with that mouse. The other option is for me to go up to the top, go to View, Developer, and there'll be some developer tools. And when you click on that, you're going to get the same type of tool. One of the things that my students often do is at the end of the semester they say, oh, it was so hard trying to use this because it always makes the screen tiny and skinny. And since we're responsive web designers, your page looks different when it's skinny and when it's wide. So right away, let me show you how you can actually pop out this Inspect Element tool so it's underneath or next to the page that you're trying to do. I'm going to bring my mouse, and I'm going to bring it over to the top corner where there's three little dots. When I do that, I now have three options. I can have it undock into a separate window, dock to the bottom so everything will kind of slide down, or what I have right now, which is dock to the right. I really like clicking it out so it's its own separate window. Now I can kind of click on here and highlight things, but still have a nice wide screen for my actually viewing the page itself. Okay, so as I do this, I'd said at the beginning, oh, my page looks good. Actually, it doesn't. If you notice, my sticky footer isn't working. I kind of have it all the way down. It's at the top when it should be all the way down at the bottom. The reason for this is because if you might remember, my validator earlier said I had an unclosed div. Let's see if we can't figure out where this is going on. When I go over here, I'm going to highlight the body section. I'm going to click on here, and I'm going to click on the container. Now, if you remember, my container I had said should take up everything from the top all the way down to my footer. And you can see that's not the case. It's not highlighting everything. So I'm going to go back over here to my code, come on up here and say, oh, yeah, why did I close that there? That doesn't make any sense. Save it. Refresh it. And we can see that hopefully I'm getting a little bit closer. Each step is just a little bit closer to figuring out what's going on. The other thing I would like to do whenever I have my Inspect Element open is I check the console to make sure there's no errors. that I didn't do something wrong with JavaScript. And right now we look good. But if I go back over here and I try actually clicking on my button, the one that's supposed to add more content, you can see right away that I get this little red error that's there, and it kind of tells me, you're trying to change things that don't exist. Now, the goal of this lecture right here isn't to debug this page. That's not what I'm going for. What I'm going for right here is just showing you how to turn on and off these tools and avoid some of the little annoyances that come along with it, such as being in the same page. So while I'm doing that, I also want to point out that for some people, their debugger flashes up the error message and then it goes away really quickly. And then they reload and it flashes and it goes away. If that's happening to you, try to notice that there's a small button up at the top here that says Preserve Log. What this means is it says, don't get rid of the error messages when you're done. Leave them on the screen until I tell you to make them go away. So I hope that you'll find some developer tool on your browser that you're comfortable using. This is really the best and most important thing about learning how to do coding or web design. None of us are going to get it right on the first try, but you're actually going to feel smart for finding your errors quickly when you use these tools. Hi everybody. One of the reasons I'm making these short little videos for this week is that I want to help you avoid those situations where you spend way too much time going, how do I get this to work? It seems so simple. So what I'm going to talk to you about right now is something called a sticky footer. All right? And I'm going to show you two different examples. One where you kind of fix the size of your footer. You say, the footer's always going to be 75 pixels. Versus what you do if you just don't know how big that footer is going to be. So let's go ahead and get started. So what I have here is the code for making this page over here. My goal is to change it so that I can take this footer part right here and make sure that it's always at the bottom. Okay? So one of the things you may be thinking right away is, we learned about positioning. So what we can do is we can position that footer down at the absolute bottom. So let's go back over here to the code. And I did provide just a little bit of styling to get us started. I gave it a background color, a height, and I wanted to center it. So let's go back over here, refresh it. And as you can see, I've got my footer, but I haven't actually moved it down to the bottom yet. So if first thing I'm going to stop here is I actually messed up on this the first time I was looking at it, and I forgot to put my closing style. So I always like to remind people what happens if they forget to do that, because it is absolutely terrifying when you're coding. If you forget that closing style tag, your whole page disappears. So if you're trying to follow along with me, and I don't suggest you do, I think you should just sit back and watch, make sure you close your style tag. All right. So attempt number one that isn't going to work is that I want to set my position to absolute, and I'm going to put it at the bottom. All right. I can maybe even say something like width 100% up. And so now I have a nice sticky footer down at the bottom. But as you can imagine, this may not be exactly what I want. I've added a little button here where I can add more content to my page. And as I do this, you can see that the footer actually covers up my content, and I don't want that to happen. So position absolute, unfortunately, absolutely won't work for you. I'm just going to give you the code right now so you can see how it works to position your sticky footers when you know how high you want your footer to be. Let's start off by getting rid of our old code. Now, we actually have to think about a few things here. This is where thinking before you're coding is going to help you out. It's not just the footer we need to think about, it's the whole page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that down here, I've gone in and I've said, you know what? I want to make a container. Everything that isn't my footer should go inside a container. And I just called it container. I need to say, you know what? I want that container to take up as much height as I can. I want to take up as much of the page as we can, and then just leave a little bit of room down at the bottom for the footer if we need to. Here's the CSS to achieve what you need. I'm going to go up here. And the first thing is I had an ID called container, so I want to make sure I use the right syntax. I have container, and here's one of the keys. I need to say, I need a minimum height. Now, you can't put in something here like 600 pixels or 800 pixels. You don't know how high people are going to resize through your browser. So what I'm going to use is 100 VH for 100 viewport height. A lot of times you'll also see people say minimum height of 100%. You can use either one, that's fine. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, oops, I need some sort of margin along the bottom. This is where my footer is going to be. So go down here, the height of my footer's 75 pixels. So that's exactly how much room I want to leave at the bottom. Then here's where it gets tricky. You can find this answer online. I mean, I'm not doing anything right here other than giving you the same kind of code you can find online, but I want to explain to you what's going on when you see this code. When you see the after, that's one of those pseudo elements that says, oh, there's something here that doesn't really exist, but I need you to style it for me. So I'm going to say, hey, I don't want to see anything at all after my container. Nothing else should go there. That's in the container, all that's going to be left is the footer. I also want to say display block, because if you remember, things tend to shift around. We're going to say, no, I want to make sure the whole width of this is all cleared out. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I want to have a height for that leftover stuff of 75 pixels. So again, let's just take a quick look and think about what I've done. I've made a container that says, here's where all my main content, everything except for my footer is going to be. After that container, I need to reserve some space. How much space? 75 pixels. And then everything else for my footer is exactly the same. Let's see how I did. Be a miracle if I got this correct. But we go in, up. All right. First thing you should always remember is to reset your zoom to 100%. So let's figure out, what did I do? It seems as if this is almost too far down. So I'm going to go ahead and use inspect element for just a second here to see if I can figure out what I did wrong. So inspect. I'm going to put my mouse on the body, and you can see, like, wow, this took up a lot of space. There's a whole bunch. Oh, really too much. So why did that happen? Oh, go back over here. My container needs to reserve 75 pixels. Right here I've said you should be 75 additional pixels. Let's see what happens if I put a negative 75 over here. If I'm saying, take up all the space except for 75 pixels at the bottom. I'm going to refresh my page. There we go. It was just a typo. Now there's a little bit of bounciness to this. That's not a problem. You can always go in and set your margins to 0, and it gets rid of any of that little extra space. But this is how you would put in a sticky footer. As I add more content, we're fine. But as it reaches the bottom, the footer is actually pushed down below all the content. So this is how we do it with a fixed size. Let's take a quick look at how we do it if you don't know how big the footer actually is. And surprisingly, the code here is shorter and simpler. So what I have here is the same exact CSS for my footer, but let's go ahead and take out anything that has to do with the height. I get rid of both of those lines. Now I can use something that isn't as widely used, but is fairly straightforward if somebody gives you the code like I'm going to, and that's using the flex. All right, so now I need to think about the body of my code as almost like a big table or a big grid. And we basically want to say, I want to take up one whole column. So my code here is going to say body. I'm going to have display. Oops, wrong typing, display. And we're used to seeing things such as display inline block, some of the different ones along that line. But we're going to use flex. All right. I'm also going to have, same thing, min height 100 VH. And here's something new, flex direction column. So what's really, really important for you to notice right now is that a lot of my text is white. And for the first 4 courses of web design for everyone, I really stressed to you that you wanted to be careful if you saw any white text in your CSS, because there was a really good chance that you had a typo or you were using something incorrectly. But as we start to do more advanced topics, we're going to be using things that your editor may not have heard of yet. So you can't always freak out just because you see something white. So we're going to leave that with flex direction column. And then for the container itself, we're going to say, what we need is we need it to be flex, kind of 1 column. Now, before we get into describing this, let's go ahead and refresh it and make sure it works. Here we are, here's my sticky footer. And as I go down, it continues to move. Now, what does this code over here do? I'm not even going to explain it to you right now because I need you to understand that as you go further and you start doing these new things with web design, you're going to see new topics. You're going to see new words. I'm not going to be able to explain them all to you, but it takes no time at all to go in, Google, display flex, or flex direction, different things like that. My job now is no longer to teach you, but to really give you those key words that you can put into a search engine and try out yourself. So here were 2 ways for you to put in a sticky footer. A lot of people like to do things like this, so hopefully you will try to implement it as well. Good luck. Hi everybody. Something you may see on a lot of pages is that people have calendars embedded into their sites. Now, one of the things I'd hope you would figure out by now is that you do not want to try to hard code something like a calendar. It just doesn't make sense because Google already provides all the code for a Google Calendar. Different software is usually going to provide the code that you need to embed, that's the term they use, their different tools or widgets onto your site. So while the code is provided, it's not always necessarily compliant. We're going to worry about that later though. Right now, I just want to show you how you can use simple steps to embed a calendar onto your page. Let's get started. What I have here is some very simple, pretty much blank HTML template. And what I want to do is insert my Google Calendar. So I'm going to go over to the actual calendar itself and take a look along the left-hand side. If you look around here, you can see all the different calendars that you have access to. I have my main calendars and then some other ones as well. What I want to do is when I put my mouse over the Wines Elementary PTO, you're going to see a little drop-down menu that looks like that. Clicked on it, drop-down menu. And one of the options that I can choose is calendar settings. As soon as I do this, you can get to a page that may look a little bit intimidating. There's a lot of different code in here. You can talk about sharing calendars or editing it. What I want you to do is I want you to look right away for anything. You can even use a search for paste this code into your website. And if you do that, there'll be this little tiny piece of code down here at the bottom that you can just copy and paste. So let's start with that option. And I need to make sure that I save my file. After I save it, I can go over here, refresh my page, and there I have a really big calendar. That's pretty much mostly because I had kind of blown up the screen so we could see everything. So without having to really do anything, I've gone in and I've put my Google Calendar in. Now, it's really likely that you're not going to want the default settings. So let's head back over to our other screen and take a look at some of our options. When we go in here, we can see that it says customize the color, size, and other options. And for those who've never taken a web design course, that would be kind of the first thing you would do. But I would like to go back to the code for just a second so we can kind of feel smart for a minute, okay? Because when we do, you'll be able to look in and say, hey, I kind of know what's going on with a lot of this code. I've got The height is in here, the width is in here. So if you want it smaller, you could kind of change that yourself. Although I hope you would do it with CSS. You can see that there's other styling as well. I have something called style, border 0, different things like that. So other people might not know how to go in and change that, but you do. But there are other options we can look at as well. You can decide whether or not you want to show the title of the calendar. All right. You can decide, do you want the navigation buttons? Do you want to be able to have people go from month to month? You can have the date. Do you care about the print icon? Now, normally you might not think about these things, but since you need to make a responsive page, you might see how you might want some things turned on for the large screen view and turned off for the small screen. One of my favorite things to do is to have the month view on a large screen, but the agenda view on a small screen. Let's take a look at how it looks different. You can notice, well, there isn't a whole lot of activities, but you can see it's a nice little list instead of a whole calendar. Once you're done, once you have it looking just perfect for your site, go ahead and go back in, grab all the code, copy and paste it into your HTML, and for now, we're going to be all set. All right. So I'm hoping that you'll have the confidence to go in and try adding these little things. The difference, though, between you and someone else who hasn't had experience in the past is that when we're done, we're going to validate these kind of things and make sure that we've made them accessible and clean and stylish for everybody. Good luck. Hi, everyone. One of the things that people really enjoy on their websites are images and pictures. And for better or for worse, the idea of using a carousel has really taken off on most websites. So in this video, I just want to walk you through what I would expect most people to do if they wanted to add a Bootstrap carousel. The reason I talk specifically about Bootstrap is that a lot of people use it since Bootstrap provides the code. But before we go into the example, I do want to remind you that just because it's provided doesn't necessarily mean that it's compliant code or the best code. So it really means a lot if you can go in, use some of the code, and make it a little better using the things that you've learned these past few weeks. So let's look at that example. So let's do what most people do when they want to incorporate new code. I'm going to go in and just Google Bootstrap Carousel. And what I wanted to do was take this very first example they have for you that comes from W3 Schools and kind of walk you through what they're doing and some of the problems that I often see people encounter. One of the nice things about example code is that in most cases you can just kind of copy and paste it and play with it yourself and have it work with your pictures. The number one issue I see with people is when they don't copy and paste, but instead they start typing things in. And if you don't know what every class means and you spell it even a little bit incorrectly, the whole thing doesn't work. So the key is to make sure you make very small changes and test often. So let's try out their Try It Yourself link. When I go in here, I would like to show you that there's a few things you only need to look at, not really understand deeply. The first is you want to make sure you incorporate all the necessary plugins. So you either need to link to the CDN or you need to make sure that you've downloaded all the code. After that, you can see that there's some additional CSS down here at the bottom. All it's really doing is setting the width of some things and also the margin. Whenever you see margin auto, you're trying to center things. So if you were playing with this on your own computer, what you can do is with Inspect Element, you can click through the elements and see what's this, what's that, and look at the CSS. But let's start right off with something that's very distracting, and that is these pictures constantly changing. For accessibility reasons, this is not a good idea. It's not something you always want to happen. So we're going to fix it right now. When we want to keep the carousel from automatically going, we need to go right in here into this div right here. We've seen all these things before, classes, IDs, things like that. We're going to see something new now. So what we need to do here is something we haven't really played with before, and that's using the term data. Data is kind of HTML's way of simulating variables, like the ones we used in JavaScript. Data lets the computer kind of remember things and update things. And one of the things that goes along with Bootstrap is something called a data interval. So I'm going to go right in here and put in data interval equals false. And I'm going to click on see result. And what you'll notice now is if we wait, you can see that the slideshow no longer automatically loads. We can still make it go. I can still click on the arrows and have it link through. And now that I've started it, it's going to continue to keep going. But by putting that data interval equals false in there, we kind of set it up so that people get to control when and where they want the slides to go. So that might be the first improvement that you make. The next improvement that I'd want to talk about is down here. It's very common for a lot of people in their code to put this width and height inside the tag. You don't want to do that because later, if you decide you want a different height or a different width, you've got to go into every single picture and change it. So I want you to pause this for just a second and think about what you would do instead of putting the width and height into every single image. And I'll start writing the CSS that we're going to use. So let's take this code right here, this width equals 460 and the height equals 355. And in fact, I'm going to refresh the page the very first time. This is simple CSS. We can go in here into our style and say, you know what, every image, I want the width to be 460. And the height to be 345. Cancel. And I'm going to see the result just to make sure I didn't mess anything up, because you know me, whenever I do the style, I tend to kind of mess things up. And now go down here, and every single place where I can see we used to hard code the width and the height, you're going to want to get rid of that. Oops. And that little extra there. I'm going to see the result, and great. All I'm really going for right here is not messing things up. Not necessarily making it look any different, I'm just making it look a little better. Then you can play with it and pick the right height and width for your particular screen. This is great if you're going to be doing mobile design or responsive design because you can have a different size for every screen type. Let's see what happens if I make it maybe 230 and 175. You don't see a big difference in here because the size is still the same. But I can go in here to the width 70%, I can make it 100%. And you can see that things are changing little by little. If you decide to put a carousel into your page, that's great. Just make sure you do it very slowly. First, I would copy and paste the entire code that you're using as a template, and then change each of your images one by one, and then finally go in and style it so it has that look you want. It's really difficult to use other people's code unless you do it very meticulously, methodically, and you're very careful. So I hope you have some fun with the pictures. If you don't use a carousel, I still hope you take the time to style it well so people can appreciate it. Hi. In this video, I'm going to show you what a lightbox is and the steps you need to take if you'd like to include one on your site. So the easiest way to show you or describe a lightbox is really just to show you. I'm going to head down here, and as you can see, I have two individual images. I'm going to go ahead and click on one, and you can see you have that really cool effect where the picture takes up the full screen. It has a nice border around it, a little X down there, which I can click on to close it out, or I can actually just click anywhere outside and it goes back down. With this 4 image set, I have the same idea where I can click it open, but it also has carousel properties where I can click through and you can look at the different images, and they're all kind of combined together. So this is a very common type thing you'll see on a lot of pages, but very cool, especially if you're really focusing on photography or images for your site. So let's talk about what you would do if you want to include a Lightbox on your site. My assumption is that you'll do what I did, which was simply put Lightbox into your search bar and kind of see a big list. Now, there are a lot of different scripts out there that can help you accomplish this. When I did my query, I intentionally put Lightbox JavaScript because I wanted to keep it to code that you would best understand and kind of avoid some of the jQuery and other approaches that other people use. So I came up with this script by Lokesh Dakar. As he says, it's 8 years old, but it's still going really strong. And when I looked at it, I thought, oh, this is some really good code. So I went ahead and I downloaded it. And let's take a look at that code now over here. What we've got are the 2 different examples. Now, I've taken this code and I've only modified it very slightly by putting some line breaks in because I wanted to talk about each of the attributes on these image links and also on the anchor links so we could see what's going on and to give you the confidence to realize, oh, I can do this. So let's take a look. We're going to start off with the anchor link, and as you can see, you're really good. You understand the classes. These are just the rules that style the images. We've got the link. We're good with that. Now what we have below is another data variable. So as we come down here, you can see I have additional attribute you may not have seen before. This is called data lightbox, and it has equals example1. Down here, you can see I have data lightbox, but in this case, it's example2. So example1 and example2. How it works in this particular script is that if you want it to be a carousel, you would give them the same name. Let's scroll down and you'll see what I'm talking about here. You can see that down here I have up data lightbox up. I'm going to call this one example set. And when I find data lightbox again, oh, this one is also called example set. They're grouping them together to kind of give that information that these are not individual images. I want them to link together. Let's go back up and take a look some more. So I've gone in and I've understood the alt, I understand the source, and I understand the alt attributes because we've seen those before. I do have some new things though here. I do have a data title, and luckily they gave us a really good example, and it says optional caption. Now the first image didn't have that, and the second one does. So let's see how it looks when you actually deploy the code. So here are our 2 images, and when I click on them, we get the first image. And on the second image, if you look down at the bottom of the screen, you can see that you actually see the words optional caption. So the only difference between the 2 images is that one of them used this data title and the other one didn't. These are exactly the places where you should jump in. This is where I want you to make your own copy of the code. I've done that over here. I took their code, and I'm going to make my own copy right now, exactly the same. But I want to go in and change some things. This is when you want to just start making your little incremental changes. So let's find where I had data title. You want to be very careful. You copy it. You make sure, you're like, all right, I am inside an anchor tag. Go back up here and add it to the anchor tag here. And you can say, oh, this is image 1. I'm going to save it. Open it in the browser, and success. Now we have the title right here. Again, as you make these improvements to your page, or I'm not even sure if they're improvements so much as just extras, it's important for you to understand that you don't need to know every line of code that you're using when you're using other people's code. You just want to make sure that you can find those little spots that you do know how to manipulate. Make your small changes and make it your own. And then, of course, when you do use these types of code, you want to make sure that in your comment section, you give them credit where credit's due. Good luck. Hi, everybody. One of the things that I really struggle with when I'm trying to come up with example web pages are the graphics. Because one, I'm not a very good artist myself, and two, I'm always a little bit worried about what I'm allowed to use and what I'm not allowed to use. One of the things I noticed is that a lot of people on a lot of sites use these really cool icons. So I wanted to find out where do they get them from and how do they work. And what I discovered is something called Font Awesome. So what you get with Font Awesome is a whole set of these downloadable icons that are really well done. They scale really large or very small. They can be customized with different CSS. You don't need JavaScript to use them. In general, they're a very cool tool that you might want to learn how to use. To get started, you would simply go to the Font Awesome website. When you get there, there's a there's a Start navigation that talks about the different ways that you can use Font Awesome. The two that you're already familiar with are to one, download the code and just keep it locally on your own computer or server. Or second, you can give them your email and they'll send you a link to a CDN or a content delivery network. We did this same thing with Bootstrap where using a link, you don't need to keep track of the code, they'll do it for you. So once you decide if you're going to use Font Awesome, which way you want to connect to it, I want to show you some easy and cool ways that you can incorporate it into your page. Let's get started by looking at the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet is simply a list of all the different type of icons available. I believe right now there are over 365. Of course, you can't really see them because it's small on my screen, so let's go ahead and put some of them in a file and run it. Over here in my code, I've done the usual, making my metadata. I linked to the copy of the Font Awesome that I have on my computer. And then down here, the classic way to always set up your Font Awesome icons is to use the I tag. It's simply I, and then inside the class, you always include FA for Font Awesome. And then from there, you have your choice of different icons you use. So in this case, I'm simply going to do the bus icon. Let's take a look. When you go over here, you can see that the icon provided is this little bus. Let me add 2 or 3 more. If I go right here, I also have a calendar, a calculator, and let's add a bullseye as well. When I refresh the page, you can see I now have 4 icons that look really cool. If I make the screen bigger or smaller, or actually if I zoom in or out, you can see that they scale really well. Now, one of the things you might want to do is still customize these icons to your particular page. You can do that using additional classes or using CSS. So for instance, I could include FA 3x would mean make this 3 times as big. So let's look at the calculator before and then afterwards. Another thing we can do is actually go in and write rules for these different classes. So in this case, I've gone in and I've said, hey, for the bus and the calculator, I want you to make those green. But for the bullseye, I want you to make it red, and hey, let's also play with the opacity, kind of fade it out a little bit. Let's see how this looks when I add it to my HTML. Here we go. I'm going to refresh, and you can see that these ones are green. The one at the bottom is a very faded out red. So you can see that there's a lot of cool things you can do either with the Font Awesome classes or with your own CSS. So I'm going to end on one last example that I really like. which is one of the spinners. So in this case, I'm using a lot more classes, but by now I'm hoping that doesn't intimidate you. You're telling it we're going to use something from Font Awesome. It's going to be a refresh. I want it to spin. I want it to be 3 times as big. And to be completely honest, I don't even remember what the FAFW does. So as a learning exercise, you can kind of go look it up. And what we have afterwards is saying, hey, I want you to show this loading. So let's see how this looks now on our final Font Awesome example. You can see we now have this kind of really cool loading GIF that you can have for your page. If you decide to later, what you can do is you can incorporate this with some JavaScript or different things so that you only have the loading icon sometimes, or it can run for a few seconds between each page. In general, adding these little tiny classes and using these tools is going to make the difference between your page looking, kind of novice towards making it look more and more professional. So go ahead, maybe use this as one of your extras and have some fun looking at the different things you can add to your page. One of the things that you can do in this course, but it's completely optional, is set up a host for your site so you can kind of share your work with others. The reason I make it optional is that while there are many ways for us to share our websites, it's still a little iffy out there for me to expect students to go to websites that I myself haven't visited. So this is why it's not required, but it is encouraged if you want to share it with your friends and family. So if you do want to set up a site, one of the things you need to do is find a free hosting service or a paid hosting service. So in the past, I've used something called Byethost. Byethost provides a domain name and hosting that kind of takes care of everything for you. But it's important to remember as I go over this example that free is not necessarily a great thing. One, it's really discouraging that when you sign up for an account, it'll actually email your password back to you. This is never secure. So this is something I only want you to do at the very beginning to kind of get your feet wet. Then you may want to think about switching to a different free service or some sort of paid service. The other thing that goes on when you use a free service, not just Byethost, but most of them, is that there tend to be a lot of pop-up ads. Byethost won't do that to your page, but if somebody clicks or puts in an invalid URL, it's not going to redirect back to your page. Instead, it is going to redirect to some sort of crazy ad or something that has nothing to do with your site. Let's go ahead and take a look at where you can sign up. So when you sign up for free hosting, there's going to be a few pieces of information they're going to want. First, you're going to start off with what you would like your subdomain name to be. Now, if you remember, most domain names tend to be google.com, umich.edu, wikipedia.org. A subdomain means that they're going to decide on most of the domain, but you can have a little bit that you come up with yourself. So for instance, colleen.umich.edu or myfancypage.freehosting.com. So you'll come up with what you want your subdomain name to be. Be warned that if you pick something very popular, it's probably already going to be gone. But I could put in Colleen Van Lent if I wanted to. Now, when you put in your password, please put in something that you don't use for any other account. Because as I mentioned, I don't think they do a great job of keeping your password secure. So I'm just going to put one in here. You'll have to put in your email address. You need to do this because they're going to send back your credentials to you. And then you can put in your site category, whether it's for business, a hobby, your language, and then you would go ahead and enter in the code. Once you're done and you click register, I put in personal English, put in the 027E2. When you click register, you're going to get a nice big screen that's going to tell you all these things about how more than likely your registration is going to go to your spam. So if you used Hotmail, Yahoo, Google, make sure you wait a few minutes and then check your spam, and there'll be directions for how to access your account. In our next video, we're going to talk about what you do once you get that information. Hi. If you've taken the time to set up a Byethost account, this video is going to walk you through how you can transfer your files onto the web. If you haven't set up a Byethost account, you can still follow along because I'm going to be using something called cPanel. And cPanel is very widely used by a number of hosting sites. So it never hurts to kind of just see the different GUIs and interaction steps that you may need to take. So let's get started. Before I actually log on to my cPanel site, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at my website right now. So this is colleenvanlent.byethost24.com. Now, it's very likely that your page is going to look different. Instead, you'll have something that says, "Congratulations, you've set up your account," but regardless, it doesn't have the content that you want to be up there. It's our job to upload those files and name them in such a way that the server knows which file you want to display. So let's get started. After you type in your username and password, you should be redirected to your cPanel site, where you might be overwhelmed by the number of different options. When you pay or even get free hosting, there are all these additional tools you can use. You can set up email accounts, you can set up databases, you can set up something called cron jobs, which are a kind of cool way where I teach my students how they can have the computer send their mother or father an email at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning saying, "Just headed out for a jog," by setting up everything automatically. But what we're going to jump to right away is the file manager. When you go to the file manager, there are typically public and private folders. The public folder might be called, as it is in this case, htdocs. This is where you want to put all your files that you're okay with people seeing on the web. If you don't have anything there, that's why the server says, "I'm not sure what I'm supposed to upload." Sometimes you get a kind of dummy index file, and that's the one that's going to show, "Yay, you've activated your account," but there's nothing there yet. So let's add some files. I'm going to go ahead and upload, and what I'm going to use is the Font Awesome example I did earlier in the capstone. So I'm going to choose a file and navigate up here. Here it is. Here's my index.html file. Now, you want to make sure that at least one of your files is called index.html, because that's the name you give so that the server knows, here's the main page. Here's what she wants me to load by default. Click open. Once I do that, when I first went to Byethost, I got a little bit confused. I selected my file, but there's no OK or continue button or something along that line, maybe a submit. What I eventually figured out is that we needed to use the green arrow. So go right there. Great. Let's go back to colleenvanlent.byethost and see how it looks now. Going to refresh, and I can see already that some of my code is loaded, but it doesn't look the way I want it to. So I'm going to view my source code, and it's all there. So why isn't my page showing up? Why don't I see all those cool icons? Well, the reason is that my site is made up of more than just my HTML file. I also have these two different CSS files that I want to use as well. So one step I could take is to upload all these files individually. Let's go back over here. All right, I'm going to go back here. But another option I can take instead is actually to zip up or compress my files and upload them all at the same time. So let's take a look at how I would do that. Here's my Font Awesome folder. It has all the files I need. I'm going to, in this case, right-click on it. I'm going to say Compress Font Awesome. And if you wait a second or two, you can see I now have a new file called fontawesome.zip. Let's open that up. Go look around. No submit button. That's right. I've got to click the green arrow. And as you can see, it uploaded a lot of files, more than I expected. So let's go back and see what my file directory looks like. It didn't upload just the files, but the entire folder. So when I go back over here, I can't just type in Colleen Vanlant Byethost24.com. I need to include the folder name as well, which was Font Awesome. Here we go. Now you can see that it uploaded all the files I needed, and I didn't need to upload them one by one. No matter which route you choose, using cPanel on a free site or a paid site, it's really valuable to kind of get used to this idea of navigating between file structure and folder structure, because in the real world, believe me, you're going to spend a lot of time kind of following the pebbles of where you uploaded files and what you called them. It doesn't mean that you're not a good programmer. It's something everybody does. So if you do decide to host your page, I hope this video will help you get over some of those humps of figuring out how to get these things to work. Hi everybody. Congratulations on finishing the capstone. This is a really great moment where I hope you're proud of the things that you've learned and the things you've achieved, and extra proud of all the times you went, I'm never going to finish this, and you either finished it or you were smart enough to go, we probably didn't really need that on my portfolio anyway. So speaking about things that you've learned, I did want to recap just to help you realize how far you've come. We've covered web history, HTML syntax, all types of CSS styling. We dabbled in JavaScript and responsive design, but we also talked about accessibility and debugging and lots and lots and lots of troubleshooting. So you've really come a long way. But there's always a next. What should we do next? Well, you know enough of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that you should feel confident that you can kind of play with it, make little changes, just have fun. Future challenges you may want to think about could include more front-end coding. So now that you know some JavaScript, the next step might be to learn some jQuery. You could also kind of do a 360 or 180, I guess, and learn some new back-end coding. So we did a lot with the front end, so what the people see on their laptops. But there's a lot more going on the server side. You could learn PHP or Python or SQL. There are a lot of courses out there. If you're wondering what you should look for, you would want to look for something called full stack web development. That's the kind of thing that ties it all together. You could also go out and learn some new tools that are out there. You've probably noticed that a lot of people put their code on something called GitHub. GitHub is a great repository for people to share and update and save their code, and it's really worth looking into. Or you may have decided that you are done with coding. You'd be happy never to see any more HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. That's okay too. Hopefully you can take the things you learned in this class and use it to maybe look into user experience design, accessibility, anything that uses these web concepts as a building block. So I'd really like to thank you. You've done a great job helping out your peers, helping me become a better teacher, and hopefully you'll go on and use these skills to help someone else in the future. And speaking of thank yous, we could never have done this without a huge thank you to the mentors. They really did a great job throughout all these courses, helping to inspire and guide and lead people. And of course, I'd be completely remiss to not send out a huge thank you to the mentors. They were a really invaluable part of this entire experience, providing guidance, support, and sometimes a few jokes along the way. So finally, a last congratulations to you, and I hope that you're proud of the portfolio that you've created.